we can do in terms of creating graphs. So Nazreen will do in terms of rules, how to set the rules, right? The rules here, for example, if you set the temperature is more than 40, 50 degrees, what do you do with that, right? So you send an email, you send an SMS, you send a telegram. So we will go step by step on all those set up in the platform. And then we will look into how to create graphs. This is the graphs, right, in the dashboard. After the lunch break, so we will use the third-party tool first. So we'll be using Postman. It's an app. So if you have not downloaded it, please download the app, Postman. We can also use the web-based. It has the same functionality. This is to simulate the way that we send data to the platform. Right? Assuming that you do not have devices to send, you can use these tools to send the data to the platform. And then we will look into MQTT and RPC. We will be sending data using MQTT. And also how we actuate the hibiscus sends, meaning that how do we control or send command from the dashboard, right? So this is what we will do towards the end. So any questions so far? I mean, any issues that you all had yesterday? All solved? So we need to make sure that the board is ready, all working well, so that we can continue today's session, because today's session is mainly on hands-on, a bit of explanation on certain things, but mainly is on hands-on part. Right. So if there's no question, then I'll pass to Nazreen to continue.
Dr. Gopi and Nazreen,
yes, yes.
I have a small question. Basically, when we run the board from the last command, so it will remain. Bila buka hari ni, it will remain from the last command. Right?
You mean the hibiscus sense? Yes, yes. Because what you're doing is you are like kind of burning it the code in the hibiscus sense. Okay. So it will remain there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Nazreen?
Okay. Okay, that's time. Okay, good morning everyone. Okay, for morning session for today's on, we will start with connection to Favoriot platform. The first protocol we will go through is RESTful API, and then second is core app lah. Okay, for this is the difference between RESTful API and also core app. Actually, the full name for core app, Constraint Application Protocol. I forgot to put the long name. This is the name for core app is Constraint Application Protocol. Okay, the difference between RESTful API and also core app is the first one is the protocol. In terms of protocol, this RESTful API using TCP while core app using UDP. Okay, in terms of network layer, RESTful API using IP layer is a normal IP standard IPv4, and while core app using IPv6 along with LoWPAN. Okay, in terms of architecture model, for RESTful API using client server architecture, while core app using client server also, but with extra, which is a publish and subscribe model. Okay, and then in terms of overhead, this RESTful API more complex than core app. Core app is a simple, what we call as a simple communication protocol, because in terms of application, we can see here, RESTful API normally used in our mobile app application is a normal protocol that is a normal and standard protocol that anyone use in the mobile apps. And usually this protocol is used for device or editing that have no problem in terms of power source or memory. But for core app, actually this protocol is meant for constrained device lah. So it designed for that. So this protocol is more suitable for IoT devices that have less memory, less power, something like that. Okay, that's the difference between REST API and Core App. Okay. Now we start with code pros. Okay, go to the drive, Google Drive. In Google Drive, find folder name. Folder name REST API stream. Download that folder. This one, REST API stream. Download this folder. I will explain line by line. And also line by line, there are some configuration yang kena ubah juga, so kena follow jugalah. So make sure everyone buka dulu this file. Okay. Okay, kita buka. Okay, for the first line, di sini kita guna benda yang sama macam semalam yang kita buat untuk Wi-Fi connection, which is kita includekan Wi-Fi punya library. And then sekarang ni kita nak hantar BME data yang kita buat semalam tu ke Favoriot platform. So kita includekan sekali library BME tu. Okay. Then next kat bawah ni apa yang perlu kita buat sama juga. Seperti yang kod sebelum ni, kita call the function, the main function of BME ni. Then dekat sini ada line apa tu, SSID and password. Everyone tukar dulu ke SSID dan password masing-masing. Yang this part tukar sekarang.
Cik Najin, yang
Yes.
ada fruit underscore BME 280 atas tu, maksud apa?
Yang ni memang
Bukan, yang bawah sikit.
Oh, yang ni. Yang ni kita call function apa tu, BME tu, main function.
Oh, call function just
Call function. Just initialize the function lah before kita use another function yang ada kat dalam tu. This one we call as initialize. Macam tu.
okay.
Okay.
Nazri,
Yes,
maaf saya tertinggal. Yang kod untuk kod ni ambil dekat mana?
Dalam drive.
Okey.
Dalam drive ada file name dia REST API stream.
Okay.
Download yang tu. Yang ni saya akan go through slow and step by step sebab yang ni sangat penting lah untuk faham apa part yang kena tukar, apa part yang tak perlu tukar. Okay. Download dulu. Download and open.
Okay.
Okay. Please make sure everyone tukar this part, SSID and password masing-masing.
Kalau saya punya network security tu dia pakai AES ke ASE? Boleh ya? Bukan WPA. So kena set macam mana?
Macam mana tak dengar? Kalau
sebab let's say saya pakai university punya wifi kan.
Oh, okay. Dia kalau university punya wifi kan, saya tak sure lah, tapi setengah university punya wifi ni diorang block some port. Tapi kalau ikutkan macam Favoriot platform ni, kita orang guna standard port 80. So should be lepas lah. Hopefully lepas.
Kalau saya nak type in dia punya SSID dengan password kan. SSID mungkin nama saya, betul password memang saya punya password. Tapi dia kena dia punya format saya rasa nanti saya check balik lah. Dia bukan biasa WPA. Dia punya
dia lain lah.
So
sebaya
kita
kalau bukan WPA, actually library yang saya guna ni tak support kalau selain WPA.
Oh, okay.
Yang
So,
library yang saya guna ni, yang Wi-Fi DOH ni just support WPA sahaja.
Oh, okay.
So kalau yang universiti punya Wi-Fi bukan WPA, kena tukar lah.
Oh,
Maksudnya kita kena pakai maybe hotspot ke, mobile hotspot.
okay.
Kalau mobile hotspot, data daripada Hibiscus Send ni kecil je, tak banyak makan data pun.
Okay, sebab mungkin kadang-kadang nak connect universiti
Betul. Dia ada setengah library yang support, ada setengah yang tak support. Yang tu kita kena check lah, siapa yang develop this library, and then check dia punya functionality lah.
Dia punya apa? Encryption tu AES ke ASE? Lupa.
Oh, okay, faham. Okay, kalau once everyone dah tukar this line, okay. Next, this is first part yang penting lah, configuration. Kalau kita refer pada slide, this is configuration, is a first important thing yang kita kena make sure benda ni betul lah. Okay, so dalam code, first server kita point to, this is the backend Favoriot platform, dia punya URL lah, api-v2.favoriot.com, and then this is the parts v2/stream. Okay, port yang kita guna port 80. Okay, this port actually yang HTTP biasa, it's not HTTPS. Kita boleh juga guna HTTPS, tapi kena letak TLS punya key. Tapi untuk this hands-on kita tak buat lah, sebab this library Wi-Fi ada extra lagi kena tambah untuk security punya ni lah. So apa yang perlu kita buat in terms of this configuration, benda yang perlu kita ubah kat sini API key. Semalam kita ada copy paste API key kan, so ambil balik API key yang kita paste dekat notepad tu, paste dekat sini. Okay.
Encik Nasri, yang API
Yes.
key tu ialah yang read write kan? Bukan read.
Read write yang panjang tu, read write API key.
Yang profile kan, yang bukan device kan?
Yang dalam profile tu. Dia panjang.
API key ni dia tak berubah?
Tak. Dia unik. Untuk setiap account tu dia unik, memang satu saja.
Tetap lah.
Tetap. Ada setengah platform dia berubah-ubah. Dia always bertukar dia punya read-write API key. Tapi dia benda tu bagus untuk security, tapi dia menyusahkan developer nak handle, susah sikit. Okay. Once dah paste yang ni, next tukar this part, device ID. Ni untuk sekarang ni, untuk this hands-on, kita guna satu device yang kita dah create semalam. Nama dia yang Hibiscus. Yang nama Hibiscus tu. Macam saya punya device nama lain lah. Masing-masing letak yang Hibiscus. So device dia pun ID, dia punya ni Hibiscus, nama device tu alias, and then belakang ni actually kita punya user ID.
Sekejap, kena buka dia punya web tu.
Boleh tengok dekat web platform. Copy kat situ pun boleh. So,
kalau kita kalau saya tukar port USB untuk device dia, saya kena ada apa-apa perubahan tak? Saya kena buat.
Macam mana kalau tukar port USB tu? Tak ada. Sama je. So kalau nak dapatkan device dapat ID, pergi dekat hierarchy and then device. Kalau tengok dekat table ni ada kolom device dapat ID, just copy sahajalah. Boleh buka view pun ada, ID pun ada. Ambil dekat sini pun boleh. Just copy sahaja. Dan paste kat sini. This is the first part yang important lah untuk kita tukar dalam kod yang saya bagi ni. Okay. Dah ke? Kalau dah, we go for the next line. Okay, for this line, now kita panggil function iaitu nama dia Wi-Fi client. So kita nak jadikan Hibiscus Send ni as a client untuk Wi-Fi. Okay. So kita initialize Wi-Fi client, and ini just variable yang kita declare lah. So this is kita panggil as initialize client untuk Wi-Fi connectivity ni. Okay. And then next dalam setup macam biasa untuk debug kita set serial .begin, tapi yang ni kita guna yang 115600 115200 menang tak ada. Okay, sebab kita nak tengok more information yang boleh print lah. So macam biasa, macam semalam, yang ni kita start to connect dengan SSID, pakai SSID kita tu, this line. And then this part, as usual, kita check connectivity sama ada berjaya connect atau tak. Selagi mana dia tak connect, dia akan dot. Once dah connect, dia akan print status lah. Yang semalam tu yang akan show SSID, IP address and signal strength semua. Okay. So dalam kod ni ada penambahan yang BME sensor tu. So yang semalam pun kita ada initialize this condition, nak check sama ada BME 28 chip ni working atau tak, ada problem atau tak. Kalau fail, kalau ada problem, dia akan print yang ni lah. Okay. Okay, itu sahaja. Then the next, the second part yang penting dalam this code actually data stream lah. Okay, this is function yang kita set up structured data yang kita nak hantar ke Favoriot platform. Okay, Favoriot platform hanya terima format JSON. Okay, so untuk command di dalam ID ini adalah dia punya method yang kita buat lah, dan structure dia dalam bentuk JSON. Macam sekarang ni, kalau perasan, saya hanya hantar satu parameter sahaja, temperature sahaja di sini. Okay. Kalau contoh kita nak tambah 2-3 parameter lain, macam dalam Hibiscus ni kan ada banyak sensor lain, data lain. So macam mana kita nak tambah? So senang saja, kalau dari kod ni tak payah buat apa-apa, just copy saja di slide, and then paste sahaja. Okay. So data parameter yang kita nak hantar, contoh saya nak hantar humidity kan. So this part tukar humidity. Okay. Dan macam mana nak read humidity guna BME, boleh refer balik kod yang sebelum ni, yang BME.read kepada humidity. Okay. And then once kita dah tukar ni, dekat hujung yang first line ni, dekat hujung sekali ni, kita letak comma. Yang last parameter tak perlu letak comma. Macam tu. Okay. Faham tak?
Saya ada miss untuk 2 baris di atas tu, read temperature.
Yang mana? Okay, macam ni. Yang ni, kod yang saya bagi tu, dia hanya ada yang original macam ni. Yang ni maksudnya kita hanya hantar satu parameter data sensor saja, iaitu temperature. Okay, and then format yang diterima oleh Favoriot platform hanya JSON format. Ini adalah structure yang kita dah set up untuk JSON format. Okay, and then satu lagi, even the JSON format, the data format, type data format yang diterima oleh Favoriot platform hanya string. So lupa beritahu tadi, string. So that's why kita set string kat sini. So kalau ikutkan this value actually integer ataupun float. So disebabkan Favoriot platform tu terima string, so kita set string lah. Kita jadikan integer tu as a string. Okay. Ini dalam apa yang saya bagi sebelum ni hanya satu parameter sensor data saja. Kalau kita nak tambah another parameter sensor, apa yang perlu kita buat, just copy this line and then paste sahaja. Once kita dah paste, dekat sini kita tukarlah apa parameter yang kita nak letak tu. Contoh saya tukar humidity. And then dalam ni function yang sama. macam sebelum ni, bme.read humidity. Yang ni adalah function yang kita guna untuk baca data humidity lah. Itu saja. And then satu lagi dekat hujung ni letak comma. Macam tu. Kalau ada
lah.
Kalau ada parameter kira kalau macam ni di bawah, kalau ikutkan the real format, kalau dalam structure JSON tu the next parameter tu kita comma, macam tu lah konsep dia. And then kalau kita ada satu lagi parameter yang ketiga, just copy saja. Contoh saya nak buat pressure, just space and then pressure. Check balik.
Yang ni pun kita kena base kepada dalam apa platform yang kita buat tu kan, dalam website tu kan.
Ini sekarang ni adalah format yang favorite platform support lah, JSON format. For now JSON format only lah.
Boleh
so
tak
kalau
for the sake of this exercise kan, boleh tak kalau kita Cik Nazrin buat at least 3 parameter tu, sebab
nak buat 3 lah ni.
In the real world pun,
in
the real world application pun memang selalunya kita akan buat banyak parameter saja, kita tak ambil
betul.
parameter kan.
Jarang satu. Saya tengah ajar macam mana nak buat lebih pada satu.
Itulah for the sake of exercise lah kan. Boleh kalau boleh ambil at least 3 parameter atau 4 parameter lah.
Dia boleh jadi lagi banyak daripada ni.
Okay. Saya takut saya miss.
Kalau untuk macam kita nak tambah satu lagi, contoh this one saya put pressure kan. So once kita dah letak yang ni, yang this part jangan lupa comma. And then this part kena tukar lah, sebab function untuk read pressure is read pressure. Itu saja.
Okay. Cik Nazrin, macam mana saya nak relate semua kita punya codes ni dengan yang hierarchy semalam yang kita buat? Tak perlu ada kena-kena.
Kalau dalam hierarchy tu, kalau perasan, the last level yang paling bawah sekali adalah stream. So this is the stream yang kita akan hantar nanti, that link dengan device yang kita dah set dekat yang awal-awal ni. This device. So ada 3 parameter tu lah. 3 parameter stream ni adalah data daripada device yang saya set ni lah. Macam tu. Okay.
So yang mana buat dulu sebenarnya? Yang ni buat dulu ke yang dalam website tu buat dulu?
Buat yang dalam website dulu, set up yang hierarchy dulu, lepas tu baru set dekat device.
Okay, so saya nak kena check lah yang kat dalam sana tu saya kena letak betul lah pressure. Kalau saya tak letak pressure,
kena betul lah. Yes, kena betul lah. Maksudnya dekat device punya configuration tu kan ada mention pasal sensor type kan. So make sure benda tu betul lah, information tu dengan data stream yang kita hantar tu betul lah. Itu tujuan dia. Kenapa kita set up platform dahulu. Itu tujuannya.
Pasal semalam tu kan kita
semalam kita macam tak set up kan yang
boleh edit. Contoh contoh sekarang ni kita dah buat ni kan. Contoh hibiscus A tu contoh ini just contoh. Dan kalau sensor type ni macam kita ada 3, just tambah je lah 3. Just kita punya information sahaja sebenarnya. So kalau seboleh-bolehnya biar semua benda tu tally supaya senang kita nak cari balik, nak check balik macam tu. So macam ada temperature, humidity, tambah je lah kat sini. Dia memang boleh tambah sebanyak-banyak yang boleh lah. Dia tak ada limitation pun.
Bukan each. Satu ni saja.
I just want to add. See, the device that we are using now is a device hibiscus that we create. Right? Of course, we create other devices. But all the parameters that we are reading now will all go to device hibiscus.
Okay.
Sekarang kita pakai satu device saja. Nanti kita akan tengok dalam platform macam mana data dia lepas kita hantar.
Okay, ada question lagi?
Kenapa data warna orange tu kat read pressure?
Yang ni actually
saya tambah humidity dengan pressure pun dua-dua tu dia tak read. Sepatutnya kalau dalam ni dia dah baca command read tu dia dah jadi orange tu kan. So ada something salah ke apa?
Dia satu je. Kalau macam kita punya ni contoh yang ni read humidity ni sepatutnya huruf besar, kalau after read tu H tu huruf besar. Kalau yang sometimes benda ni tak ada effect pun. Yang ni adalah apa tu Arduino IDE ni punya apa tu orang panggil UI punya experience, dia detect based on function tu. Kalau library ni tak ada set something dekat function tu, sometimes memang dia tak keluar. Tapi still boleh guna function tu.
Tapi kalau kita run nanti pun kita upload kita apa?
Kalau ada error nanti kita tahu apa error dia akan keluar kat bawah ni. Tapi kalau ikutkan untuk kod ni dia tak ada masalah pun sebenarnya. Okay. Yang color ni Arduino IDE yang highlight kan. Dia ada satu fungsi di mana dia boleh detect function ni untuk apa, kenapa dia highlight macam tu. Macam contoh string ni dia highlight kan, string ni adalah function sebenarnya. Dia highlightkan warna biru macam tu.
Macam serial print semua.
Dia ada warna tertentu.
Dia dah warna orange dah.
Ini adalah apa tu IDE punya function features lah. Dia actually kalau kita program guna notepad pun warna hitam dia semua. Boleh juga. Macam tu. So this is second part yang important lah untuk hantar data untuk apa sending data to Favoriot platform. So okay, next is function yang kita guna untuk hantar data. Sudah panjang sikit lah. Okay, this is function yang akan hantar data ni kepada Favoriot platform. So, apa yang ada dalam function ni? First line. Okay, first line ni kita check apa tu? Ni client ni daripada yang awal-awal tadi kita dah declare this part. Yang kita set hibiscus set ni adalah client, while Favoriot platform adalah server lah, sebab konsep API kan client server. So hibiscus set is a client, while apa tu Favoriot platform is a server. So client connect to the server. So server ni kita dah define yang awal-awal tadi tu, yang api.favoriot.com, and then port yang guna adalah port 80 lah. Okay. Kalau this connection maksudnya kalau berjaya, kalau sukses, dia akan go through this line. Maksudnya berjaya communicate dengan Favoriot platform, baru dia akan hantar data lah. Okay, first line ni dia just apa tu print status, beritahu tengah sending data sajalah. And then kita panggil balik client client library tu. Kita this part adalah okay, untuk sending this data kita guna dalam REST API dia ada method. Method ni dia consist ada method post, get, put, delete. Nanti benda ni akan belajar more detail after tengah hari nanti. So untuk hantar data kita guna post method, and then ini adalah part yang kita dah set tu. Kita akan post ke part yang ini. So host ni adalah benda yang sama dekat adalah server yang kita dah set tu, benda yang sama host je. Host yang kita target adalah server kita, Favoriot platform tu, API tu. And then this line kita set API key. API key kita dah set dah sebelum ni, yang this part. And then kita set pula type data yang kita hantar tu. So apa yang kita hantar tu adalah application JSON, sebab itu je yang support. And then kita set dia punya length lah, berapa panjang data yang kita hantar tu, berapa banyak data yang kita hantar tu. Memang kena set lah. And then next, last sekali apa command yang perlu kita buat adalah close connection close. Actually kalau kita nak keep alive pun boleh. Keep alive ni maksud dia always ada interaction. Maksud kita tak cut terus communication tu. Kalau buat macam tu selalunya dia akan consume a lot of power lah. Dia tak sesuai untuk concern device. So kalau kita guna REST API protokol dalam concern device, better connection close sahaja. So nanti dia akan drainkan. Kalau guna bateri tu sejam pun mati lah. Memang tak sesuai. Tapi kalau kita guna apa tu REST API ni dalam apa tu device, contohnya lah macam sebelum kita belajar pasal architecture, ada gateway kan. REST API sesuai lah guna dalam gateway tu. Dia just forward sahaja. So dia tak ada masalah. So kalau berjaya submit, dia akan keluar ni lah data send. Yang ni dia akan print, and then kalau contoh this line dia fail, dia tak berjaya connect, dia akan display ni lah, cannot connect with platform lah, this line. Okay, so ni adalah function yang penting, yang ketiga penting lah dalam Discord yang kita kena tahulah untuk REST API. Dan dekat main ni, okay, yang first line ni, yang ni just function di mana kita nak tahu berapa lama masa yang dia ambil untuk send in data lah. Yang tadi ini kan data stream ni adalah function yang kita structurekan JSON format tu. So kita just panggil balik. So structured data ni dia akan pass dekat this variable lah. So di sini kita print variable ni, kita nak tengok structure dia betul tak. Lepas tu kita guna send stream ni, function yang ni untuk hantar ke Favoriot platform. So this line dia akan check lah berapa lama yang diambil masa untuk proses all this part. And then kita buatlah delay every 5 second baru process another stream. Saya buat every 5 second. Itu saja. Kalau dah tukar yang atas ni, dah okey, boleh upload dah. Okey, boleh upload terus.
Sementara upload kan, saya ada soalan.
Okey.
Kalau contohnya macam machine learning, kan kita buat machine learning dan
machine
kita
learning.
akan save model tu dalam JSON.
Okay.
Model tu kalau contohnya nak buat data analytics dalam Favoriot ni, dia boleh compatible tak? Dia boleh pakai tak model JSON tu? Dia
Model
boleh embedded
JSON.
tak?
Untuk sekarang kalau ada set model, kalau model tu dalam bentuk rule yang kita nak check, boleh, tapi structure tu kena follow Favoriot punya rule lah. Sekarang ni memang kita orang tak ada integration dengan machine learning model pun lagi, belum ada lagi.
Belum lagi lah.
Tapi benda tu kita boleh generate dengan once kita dah collect all this data, sebab data yang apa yang kita install dekat Favoriot, apa yang dah store dalam Favoriot platform, semua tu boleh extract balik semuanya. Dan kita boleh guna third party punya machine learning, just create the model, and then the model tu actually kita boleh letak dekat edge ataupun fork lah untuk handle benda tu. Tapi untuk sekarang ni kita just collect the data first, kita tak ada buat apa-apa sangat.
Sekarang ni kalau dalam Favoriot sendiri pun capability dia tu lebih kepada dia collect data and then
collect data dulu. Sebab
dalam
for analytic, some data dia tak relevant pun untuk kita boleh collect lah dulu, and then sometimes bukan semua data yang ada tu kita boleh guna untuk jadikan model pun. Dia depend pada use case. That's why Favoriot platform ada sediakan API di mana kita boleh fetch balik all data and then create our own model, and then kita feed lah dalam maybe ada third party punya server. That's why Favoriot platform ada rule, ada function di mana kita boleh push juga data tu ke third party. So boleh juga buat. So kalau ada benda-benda macam tu, kebiasaannya kalau macam Favoriot memang kita orang akan buat server yang berasaskan tapi still integrate dengan Favoriot platform, sebab Favoriot platform dah sediakan semua benda tu untuk fetch balik data by time, by date, by month, semua tu boleh dapat. Tak ada masalah.
Maksudnya kita kena connect pula nanti dengan ada platform yang lain untuk data
boleh. Itu kelebihan
lah kan?
Yes, itu kelebihan Favoriot platform lah. Third party application anytime je boleh integrate, tak ada masalah. Tapi
nak retrieve balik data daripada Favoriot macam mana dia?
Nanti petang nanti Dr. Kopi akan tunjuk. Simple je, senang je.
Okay. Sebab kita orang ada projek kita orang yang kita perlukan nak embedded
Yes, faham.
machine learning model tu dalam ni kan dalam server, dalam
Betul.
dalam satu
Faham je.
cloud. So kita akan IoT semua tu yang fikir kalau ada capability boleh pakai satu terus.
Faham. Saya pun pernah juga buat benda tu. In progress lah, insyaAllah lah, in future ada jugalah benda tu. Tinggal dalam planning. So kalau once semua dah ada, semua dah okey, dah upload kan, dia punya yes.
Azrin, ya, okey. Saya punya tu error compiling. Dia kata multiple library were found for Wi-Fi.h. So macam mana saya nak
Okey, jangan. Nanti saya tengok. Okay, once kalau semua orang dah upload, ini adalah final output dia lah. So dekat sini dia akan tunjuk lah apa status dia. Dah sini berapa lama masa yang dia ambil untuk full process. So dekat platform boleh login, dan pergi dekat data stream, tengok data masuk tak. Data akan masuk secara real time lah. Okay, macam saya dia dah masuk dah. Ini adalah dia punya final output lah. Okay, boleh share screen tak nak tengok? Yang problem tadi tu. Boleh share screen tak?
Okey, yang ni saya rasa mungkin multiple library kot dekat dalam saya punya tu.
Ya, betul.
So,
sekarang ni
kalau
perasan dekat situ dia ada mention kan, yang mana use, yang mana tak use. So check yang mana yang tak use tu, delete je the whole folder tu.
This one This one ni tak use, delete saja. Okey, baik dekat folder tu. Okey.
And then close balik Arduino IDE and then reload balik. Jadi try compile.
Kena tutup dulu Okey, baik.
Alright.
Encik Nasrin.
Yes.
Kalau dia keluar dot maksud dia
tak connect wifi lagi. Dia tak connect dengan wifi lagi.
Sebab wifi dah connect dah, tapi
SSID semua tu sama ke macam yang semalam?
Sama.
Tapi tak connect juga.
Dia sukses, tapi dia yang kat monitor tu dia keluar dot. Maksudnya dia dah tak connect kan?
Dia still tak connect. Kalau connect dia akan print
value tu akan keluar kan?
Value status SSID semua tu. Kalau tak keluar yang tu still belum connect lah. Maybe kalau nak share screen boleh lah. Saya tengok ada apa-apa silap dia. Yes.
Yang saya punya Hibiscus macam disconnected dari itu Favoriot platform tu. Sebab
disconnected. Boleh share screen tak?
Ya, boleh. Nampak? Walaupun dia sudah success receive, dia sudah send data sudah send, tapi dalam data stream ni tak ada barang.
Rasanya someone tengah share screen. Boleh tolong ada someone else yang tengah share screen. Okay. Tengok. Okay. Boleh tengok ni tak? Part JSON format tu. Dari atas lah, tengok dari atas. Buka dari atas.
Boleh.
Dia punya kod. Kena tengok kod.
Ya.
Dari atas. Okay, right, betul. Go bawah. Bawah lagi dekat data stream tu.
Dr. Chan, can you click on the data stream? The data is not there, is it?
Data stream is here, is it?
No, on the platform.
On the platform.
Data stream.
Data stream. Selalu kalau tak masuk ni format JSON tu tak betul.
Yeah. There's a 2 commas at the end.
Ni comma dekat yang read humidity tu tak ada.
Ni.
Kena letak comma. Dekat bawah sekali tu tak perlu comma.
Betul.
The last one here, no need, right?
Last one tak perlu, yang atas second tu kena.
Okay.
Ya.
Bila kalau silap yang ni pun Favoriot dah akan reject lah. Actually yang code yang saya buat ni dia tak print status. Jadi kita tahu apa masalah dia.
Maksudnya ini perlu, ini tak perlu.
Bawah ujung sekali tak perlu.
Okay.
Boleh try upload lah.
Saya try dulu betul.
Alright. Anyone yang ada masalah lagi?
Tadi yang error tu siapa yang tadi? Ada masalah.
Yang error tadi tu file yang used to not use dengan use.
Okay. Sorry. Cik Nazrin, ada error lagi.
Macam mana
Fatal error. The fruit I2C device not such file in order. Itu tak cukup library ya.
Yang tu kena install library. Kejap saya boleh share screen tak? Nak tahu apa nama dia. Share screen.
This one.
I2C ni. Okay, kalau yang tu tak ada, okay. Dalam apa tu, saya punya slide tu, pasal tak ada satu library yang terakhir, nombor 5 tu kan. Download that library. Kita kena download satu library ni, sebab library tu dia ada this file. So nanti dia akan replace lah. Boleh try.
Sebab saya nak ingatkan MQTT saya tapi tak apa, saya check balik. Okay.
Ataupun just copy apa tu yang fatal error nama file tu, nanti try cari dekat apa tu manage library, dia akan keluar list library yang ada dia apa tu file lah, and then boleh install je. Ataupun guna yang saya bagi dekat chat tu pun boleh.
Okay.
Itu sajalah, boleh cuba.
Okay, saya ada problem apa dekat serial monitor keluar. Cuma
boleh
platform tu tak ni.
Boleh share screen tak? Itu selalu masalah dekat apa tu JSON format lah.
JSON tu dah letak koma semua tu kan.
Boleh stop screen tak yang sekarang ni? Sebab soalan lagi nak share screen.
Just click stop share kat atas.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, nampak?
Okay. Kod nampak okay. Kita boleh pun tak keluar.
Yang ni saya pilih ni lah kalau all kan. Macam mana?
Ni betul ni. Tengok atas sekali.
Program
atas sekali. Nak tengok configuration dia. Okay. Okay. Device refer ID ni. Device refer ID ni masih betul ke sama ke dengan?
No, we are looking at two screens I think. Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Saya tak jelas.
Device refer ID ni memang dah create nama dia sama ya. Hibiscus huruf besar.
Device
yang
mana?
Cuba tengok dekat Favoriot platform device. Favoriot platform.
Di platform
dekat device. Hibiscus okey ada betul.
Hibiscus.
Ni sebab ni okey. Saya lupa beritahu. Kalau apa tu kita set device not active tu, active pasal tak ada active tu, dia merah kan?
Yang ni
kita dah hantar data tapi data tak masuk. So kita kena aktifkan dia. That's why data tak ada. So aktifkan nanti aktifkan, update. Dia patah di bawah.
Tak kat bawah tu ada update.
Ada update.
Update. Okay.
So okay, dia dah hijau kan. Nanti baru data masuk lah.
Ini Okay, baik. So dia ada dua macam ni maksudnya apa tu?
Dah 3 kali masuk dah. Dia one cycle masuk. Dia
every 5 second.
Okay.
Every 5 second.
5 second. Okay, 5 second. Right. Okay, thank you.
Jadi saya pun ada mohon lah.
Mana nak stop ni?
Stop sharing.
Pause.
Stop sharing.
Stop share. Okay.
Stop share.
Right.
Saya screen.
Okay, boleh share. Apa masalah ni?
Okey.
Okay. Data tak masuk ke? Macam mana?
Ya, dekat data stream tu tak keluar apa.
Boleh tengok JSON format tak?
Ya.
Dekat kod tu. Dekat kod yang tu JSON format. Tu dekat yang atas sekali dah nampak dah. Yang atas sekali yang temperature tu dekat ujung sepatutnya ada koma tu.
Oh, sini ya. Okey.
Okey, dah boleh try lah.
Upload lagi.
Nazrin,
Yes.
kalau benda ni betul, nanti kat dalam data screen tu dia akan just continue lah sampai many pages.
Yes. Sampai kita maybe kita cabut kabel off kan baru tak hantar lah. Kod ni kalau macam kita cabut and then kita pasang balik, dia still akan running lah. Sebab benda tu kita dah burnkan dalam chip ni. So dia akan execute kod yang sama je. Okay, anyone yang ada masalah lagi sebelum kita proceed for next protocol?
The earlier one, the one who has issue with the library tadi, dah settle ke?
Okay, dah settle dah.
Alright.
Yes.
Dia punya data saya rasa susunan dia macam pelik je.
Susunan macam pelik.
Temperature, susunan dari kita punya programming kan, temperature dulu, lepas tu humidity, pressure
yang
kan.
tu. Yang tu actually depends pada apa tu. Actually kita orang tak ada buat apa-apa susunan pun, dia macam default je terus masuk. Macam mana dia masuk tu macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang tak sama pun dengan apa yang kita set.
Sebab kalau kita yang send daripada COM3 apa panggil
dia sama.
Dia tak sama dengan dia punya susunan lah, serial monitor tu dia tak sama dengan apa yang kita receive kat Favoriot platform tu. Macam
memang takkan sama. Yang tu memang back end just accept sahaja sebenarnya.
Kalau kita nak input susunan tu,
susunan setakat ni tak ada lagi lah. Memang kita orang tak ada buat untuk susun-susun tu.
It's alphabetical order, if you notice.
Okay. So kalau ada 100 data, 1000 data send sekali kan. So susunan tu macam mana kita nak extract data yang
nanti saya tunjuk. Nanti dia akan ada yang macam kita boleh tengok secara yang cantik lah. Dekat platform ada function tu. Okay. Kalau okay, kita akan proceed dengan code app lah. Just show. So buka drive. Dalam drive ada satu folder nama ni coapp dash underscore stream. Coapp underscore stream, download yang ni. Okay. Dah open ke coapp underscore stream ni? Okay, yang ada thing yang kita kena buat, tengok dekat drive. Dalam drive tu ada satu folder nama library. Download zip file yang nama dia ESP coapp master ni. Download this. ESP coapp master. Download this zip library. Okay. Once dah download. Dah download ke?
Dah download.
Okay, once dah download. Okay. Apa yang kita perlu buat adalah pergi dekat Sketch. Lepas tu include library. Add zip library. Cari apa tu zip library yang kita download tadi. Contoh yang ESP Core Master ni. Just select and then click open. Okay, buat yang tu dulu. Macam saya dah ada dah library tu.
Sorry Nazrin, I miss.
Sorry, you lose.
Dah download dah, zip semua
dah
tu
download. Okay, once
Okay.
dah download. Sekejap saya punya IDE dia start.
Okay.
Ya. Sekejap saya nak kill saya punya Arduino IDE sekejap.
Okay.
Okay, kalau dah download dia punya step, kita nak includekan apa tu external library daripada outside menggunakan apa tu zip file. So pergi dekat Sketch yang tadi Sketch, include library, add zip library. Dan cari file yang kita download tu. Contoh ESP Core Master ni, just open sahaja. Open nanti dia akan keluar macam lah.
Masukkan yang
saya dah ada. Macam mana?
Masuk yang ada Fruit BME 280 tu.
Tak. Yang ni kena download daripada apa tu drive.
Okay,
ESP Core Master ni.
Okay.
Library yang kita guna.
Okay, ada.
Just include that library. So macam biasa saya can go through line by line.
Okay.
Macam ini sama je macam yang sebelum ni. Saya guna Wi-Fi library yang sama.
Okay.
And then dekat sini pun benda yang sama, ada program 80. Cuma kita ada penambahan coapp.h client lah. Yang ni adalah daripada yang kita include tadi, library yang kita download and then kita dah include kan. Ini adalah dia punya apa tu, library yang kita panggil itulah coapp-client.h. Okay. So this is sama yang sebelum ni, kita initialize and then despite kita initialize juga, tapi kali ni kita initialize coapp client. Macam sebelum ni Wi-Fi client, so yang ni coapp client. So yang ni pun sama macam tadi, tukar dulu guna SSID and password sendiri masing-masing, tukar yang ni dulu. Okay.
Jadi apa beza coapp client dengan biasa IP client?
Macam mana? Apa beza coapp client
dengan IP client? Biasa kan?
Okay, sekarang ni yang sebelum ni kita guna apa tu? REST API yang biasa, yang common. So dalam library yang Wi-Fi tu dah already ada function untuk kita jadikan this device as a client. So dari kalau untuk coapp ni kita tak guna library yang sama yang Wi-Fi ni. Dia ada extra library. Kita include the library and then this library yang consist this coapp client tu.
Apa beza dia antara dua-dua ni? Different kind of client, apa
beza dia dari segi yang sebelum saya pernah tunjuk, in term of protokol yang digunakan. Contoh yang coapp ni dia guna UDP, dia bukan guna TCP. Macam tu.
Dia macam tadi you kata IPv4 sama IPv6 lah.
Yes. So this coapp client dia akan guna IPv6 lah.
Maksudnya lagi banyak IP address lah yang ni.
IPv6 dia IPv6 tapi 6 low pan. Yang shortest one punya, yang short. Dia bukan yang panjang tu, bukan. Dia yang short. Dia IPv6 over 6LoWPAN macam tu.
Okay.
Itu beza dia lah. Macam yang apa tu, yang REST API, dia pun actually sebenarnya siapa je IPv6, tapi IPv6 yang panjang tu. IPv6 dengan IPv4.
Bila kita nak pilih IPv6, bila kita nak pakai IPv4 ni, client?
Okay, bila nak pakai. Yang tu actually depends pada kita punya network punya size lah. Contohlah dalam satu building tu banyak sangat device yang nak connected. Contohlah kita pakai wifi dekat university, and then satu access point tu connect dengan komputer, connect dengan laptop, and then kita punya sensor device pun connect yang sama. Cukup tak IPv4? Tak cukup. Kalau tak cukup baru kita guna IPv6. Macam tu konsep dia.
Berapa number of the client boleh support untuk IPv4 dan IPv6?
Actually dia berapa number saja tu kena calculate, saya pun tak ingat dah. Dia 255.255.255 actually banyak juga sebenarnya. Saya pun dah lupa macam mana nak kira.
So biasanya kita pakai core apps ni ataupun
Okay, kenapa kita pakai protokol core app dengan ni? Tadi kan saya ada mention dalam slide pasal apa tu, penggunaan power dengan memori. Kalau kita guna REST API yang biasa, dia kompleks. Dia kompleks daripada core app ni. So dia akan consume memori dengan power yang lebih berbanding core app. Core app ni adalah protokol yang memang didesign untuk device yang small processor, yang limited in term of memory dengan power. Memang didesign untuk tu. That's why dia guna IPv6 tapi over 6LoWPAN. So dia IPv6 tapi yang short punya ni lah address.
Kalau lepas ni kita nak pakai contohnya kita tak pakai Hibiscus, kita pakai Arduino Uno. Kita stack lah dia punya yang lain-lain punya kan. So dia sama je kan dia kita boleh pakai sama ada core app ataupun REST API ni.
Dua-dua boleh. Dua-dua boleh, tak masalah.
Bergantung kepada application, berapa baik.
Bergantung pada application and then penggunaan dia macam mana. Kalau jenis yang penggunaan yang kena keep hantar data, pakai REST API 30 minit pun boleh mati device tu. Bateri habis kalau pakai bateri lah. Kalau kita guna power source yang plug in, tak ada masalah, dia tak ada isu in term of power, tapi akan ada masalah in term of memory. Kalau memori yang kita ada dekat device tu small and then kita code banyak benda dalam tu and then kita compile burn, dia akan tak stable and then data tu tak reliable lah. Sometimes data yang send ni tu tak betul, sometimes dia hang, sometimes benda-benda macam tu. So kita kena consider use case. That's why selalunya IoT ni takkan ada platform yang support satu protokol, dia akan support multiple protokol. Macam tu. Okay, next kita dia sama macam REST API, dia ada the first band yang kita kena first important thing yang kita kena make sure dia betul lah. First is configuration. Okay, kalau perasan dekat sini ni adalah configuration dia lah. Kalau perasan kat sini, instead of kita using data API key yang panjang tu, actually kita boleh guna access token juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau kita guna core app, dia punya recommended adalah guna access token. Setengah library yang didesign by community ataupun official ke apa, selalunya kalau guna core app, diorang ada set limit in term of payload size. Kalau guna API key yang panjang tu, sometimes dia over limit. Kalau kita ada set extra parameter dalam tu, contoh kita letak 50 parameter dengan tambah API key yang panjang tu, sometimes dia boleh over limit. Okay, so recommended kalau guna core app, guna access token pun boleh. Even untuk this library, kalau guna rewrite API key pun boleh, tak ada masalah. Macam so, ni exercise ni, macam exercise ni saya guna access token saya, access token device yang kita nak hantar tu, and then paste saja kat sini. Okay, so and then device ni copy paste saja.
Bagi masa Sat nak buka
buka. Saya nak explain je kat sini, tak ada apa, saya tunggu. And then dia punya URL yang kita target is coreapp.favoriot.com. So dia berbeza yang sebelum. Sebelum ni pakai API v2.favoriot.com. So untuk core app is core app.favoriot.com. Then macam saya cakap, core app ni actually dia hampir sama juga macam REST. Dia ada method dia juga, macam method post, get, put, delete pun ada juga. So kat sini kita guna post lah. Okay. Dan disebabkan this library dia tak ada function untuk buat DNS lookup, kita terpaksa find IP address this domain dulu. So macam mana nak dapatkan this IP, kita boleh guna command prompt, buka command prompt cmd, just type in this domain core app.
IP mana? IP yang kita punya IP skills ke ataupun?
Tak, ini IP this domain core app.favoriot.com.
Oh, okay.
Sebabkan this library yang saya guna ni dia tak boleh buat DNS lookup. So kita terpaksa dapatkan IP tu dululah. So macam mana nak dapatkan dia, buka CMD, just type in core app.favoriot.com. Nanti kita akan dapatkan IP.
IP
apa?
Favoriot.com ni dia memang fix ke ataupun macam mana?
Fix. Untuk ini memang fix.
So kita memang copy je lah 15.
Memang copy saja. Tapi in case lah kita nak tahu apa IP dia, contohnya ni saya tak provide kan. So inilah cara nak tahu, macam Google pun dia ada IP dia sendiri.
Maksudnya dia tak random lah, bukan?
Tak. Yang ni backend ni memang fix backend punya IP lah. Dia tak tukar.
So
yang ni yang public punya IP lah. Tapi yang original bukan yang ni lah. Itu ada security yang kita orang buat lah.
Ini kena beli ke macam mana?
Yang ni belilah domain. Ini public domain yang memang orang boleh access lah.
Pakai dia ubah kan?
Tapi dia real position dia, yang tu rahsia lah. Yang tu memang bukan yang ni lah.
So bila kita check ni akan sama je kan sebenarnya? Dah sama. Just macam mana kita nak cari. So kita guna check.
Yes, nak tahu ke mana.
Okay.
Alright. Alright. And then port dia yang untuk core app kita guna standard default port adalah 5683.
Sekarang yang token tu kan. Device token tu bukan yang API tu kan?
Bukan, yang ni yang shortest tu yang kita boleh dapat.
Hibiscus token.
Hibiscus token daripada device. Click show ni, ni access token ni.
Okay.
Yes, copy untuk.
Yeah.
Kalau nak guna rewrite API key pun boleh, tapi dalam hands-on ni saya nak guna access token. Sebab saya dah beritahu apa beza core app dengan REST API key. Dia ada apa tu specific use case lah yang sesuai digunakan core app ataupun REST API yang macam tu.
Cik Nazrin nak tanya, yes. Device yang berbeza kan? Kalau tadi
kita guna device yang sama.
Kalau tadi saya rasa macam Hibiscus B, Cik Nazrin punya. Ke guna B juga ke? Macam kita set tadi.
Tak. Sepatutnya Hibiscus
yang sama ke?
Yang sama. Ni saya sebab saya ada buat benda lain sebelum ni, saya lupa tukar.
Okay. So ambil yang sama Okay.
Ambil yang sama je. Guna Hibiscus je. Macam saya memang ada lain.
Okay.
Sebab ada buat testing, lupa tukar pula. Guna device ID yang sama ya. Okay. Once done, tukar this part. Kita dah cerita sikit lah. Kan saya ada mention pasal apa tu dalam perbezaan core app dengan ni, architecture dekat core app dia ada publish and subscribe kan. So actually ni adalah function yang untuk listen any message daripada server lah. Tapi dalam hands-on ni kita tak ada buat apa-apa pun. So this part tak penting pun. So let's go to the setup.
Dalam tadi tu kata callback response tu untuk apa?
Callback response. Okay, kan saya ada mention dalam slide pasal apa architecture model kan. Okay, untuk architecture model core app ni, dia ada publish and subscribe juga. So this function actually untuk listen any message daripada server. Tapi dekat Favoriot platform, dia tak ada respond anything pun. So this function dia tak akan keluar apa-apa pun. Untuk core app.
Maksudnya dia listen respon daripada server.
Daripada server.
Server Favoriot.
Favoriot platform. Tapi dekat Favoriot platform, kita orang tak ada return apa-apa. So yang ni tak digunakan pun sebenarnya. Kalau ada server yang maybe someone else yang buat, maybe dia ada buat. So this function akan gunalah. Macam Favoriot platform, this function tak digunakan.
Example apa benda yang dia respon? Let's say.
Contohnya maybe status data tu sama ada successful ataupun fail. Benda macam tu.
Maksudnya adakah server dia maksudnya dia connected ke macam mana?
Connected ke yang tu. Message macam tu. So Favoriot pun kita orang tak return this message dekat core app. So that's why dia tak. So untuk code ni dia tak function lah. Okay. Tapi memang saja letak lah.
Kalau memang
sebab code ni boleh gunakan untuk another server lain. Macam tu kalau kita ada setup core app server, yang ni akan berfungsi lah.
Because co-app uses UDP, right? So you don't know whether the data is successfully sent or not. So UDP is, non-reliable type. So sometimes the server will, just want to make sure that data is received. It will send confirmation that, I've received your data or something like that.
Okay. Next is dalam setup macam biasalah kita buat serial monitor dan wifi. Ini pun sama. Tu kalau macam function tadi kita dah set kan, dah create. So kalau nak guna dia macam ni, core.respond callback. Then next yang ni untuk start core app punya library lah. So core.start kita start.
Rate tu pun salah lah. Rate tu 5200 macam tadi kan?
11520.
Yang ada file ada 56.
Salah tu. 5200. Okay. Then despite actually kita initialize function callback yang kita buat ni lah kalau nak listen something tu. Dekat dalam this function respond, panggil this function and then this line is kita start core app library. Okay. Okay, dari segi data format core app dengan ni ada beza sikit lah structure dia. Jadi saya dah terbuat, sekejap saya padam balik. Original dia macam ni. Original dia macam ni. Yang bawah ni tak perlu buat apa-apa. Just kalau macam kata nak tambah, sama je. Tapi kacau yang dekat sini. Copy, paste. Contoh, second line. Dan copy yang lain ni and then paste. Lepas tu buat humidity. Atas ni jangan lupa comma lah. Bawah ni, kalau 2 saja, bawah tak ada comma. Kalau ada satu lagi parameter, kalau ada satu lagi parameter, benda yang sama. Benda yang sama, copy atas ni and then paste, pressure, sama je. Dia sama je macam sebelum ni, cara nak tambah tu. Cuma this format kena maintain lah. Yang ada parameter equal ni and then payload ni. So dalam core app kita ada kena set method dengan API key. So dia ada extra parameter yang kita tambah dalam the whole payload yang kita hantar tu. So dekat sini tu yang ada method post, API key, and then API key tu yang kita guna access token ataupun tidak API key. Parameter ni actually parameter yang kita nak store dalam data stream tu lah. Yang ni. So kita just ambil balik yang ni, set dekat sini as a point to the parameters punya key lah. parameters, then close. Ini pun dalam bentuk JSON sebenarnya.
Maksudnya dia send dua benda lah.
JSON dua benda.
Dua string.
So yang ni yang original yang sama yang sebelum ni.
Okay.
Lepas tu yang ni masukkan dalam this payload JSON.
Maksudnya dia
Ni
send
kira the whole payload lah ni. The whole payload
okay.
adalah ni.
Maksudnya dia send satu payload macam tu je lah.
Yes.
Apa tu METH lah?
Apa dia?
Method lah. Method tu apa lah?
Oh sorry, ni method ni macam saya cakap dalam RESTful API, method ni dia ada 5. Ada post, ada get, ada put, ada delete. Yang ni nanti Dr. Gopi akan explain lagi detail lah untuk exercise petang nanti.
So method kita pakai post lah?
Post sama juga macam sebelum ni post. So yang ni pun post.
Okay.
Yang ni kita dah define dekat sini, dekat yang atas. Kita dah define.
So yang itu kita ada 3 sensor saja ke? Temperature,
3.
pressure, humidity.
Jadi kalau nak tambah 4 pun boleh. Sebab BLE kan ada 4. Ada altitude.
Altitude lah.
Tapi kalau boleh, once kita dah configure the same device tu dengan parameter, contoh ada 3 parameter kita hantar, seboleh-bolehnya, recommended kita use the same parameter, jangan tambah any parameter lah, sebab nanti dia akan menyusahkan kita untuk buat data analysis nanti. Nak kena clean. Sebab memang boleh download, memang data tu ada, cuma nanti dia backend akan assign as a null lah, benda tu tak wujud. So kalau kita nak buat data analysis akan terganggu lah, benda-benda macam tu. So recommended data tu konsisten, parameter kalau 3 je. Kena konsisten lah. Tu saja. And then untuk next is function sending stream. Dia pendek saja sebabkan dia guna UDP, so data yang kita hantar tu dalam format dalam bentuk karakter, so kita kena tukar. Yang ni kan JSON string kan, so kita tukar JSON string tu kepada karakter. So ni adalah function yang kita tukar macam mana all these thing dalam bentuk karakter. Dan this is function yang kita guna untuk host lah. Dekat sini kita set dia punya host, port, URL dia apa, payload yang ni lah yang kita dah convertkan kita punya JSON ni kepada karakter. Okay. And then set dia punya panjang lah berapa. Okay. Yang ni sama je macam yang sebelum ni, apa yang dia buat untuk kita check. Cuma dia ada extra yang ni lah. Yang ni function dia untuk code library ni sentiasa loop. Bool state ni maksudnya if true. Kalau equal to true, dia akan keep loop lah. Yang ni sama je macam sebelum. Tak ada beza.
Looping dari bool state tu lah.
Dia akan looping dekat code library tu.
Library.
Beza dia kat sini lah, penggunaan library tu, cara penggunaan dia tu berbeza kat situ saja. Okay, boleh kalau dah okay semua boleh try upload. Alright.
Zrin.
Yes.
Saya dah try upload dah. Aku pun tengok dekat bahagian streaming kan. Hard streaming yang sebelum exercise ni tu dia bercampur ke dia tak bercampur?
Tak. Dia akan override balik kod yang lama tu.
Okay.
Once kita upload dah override. Data masuk tak?
Ada masuk. Tapi cepat lah dia punya.
Kod dia mau laju lah daripada REST. Itu antara beza dia juga kan. And then even dia laju tapi dia tak reliable sangat. UDP kan.
Dia macam every 5 second kot dia capture.
Yes. So boleh check dekat serial monitor. So saya punya pun dah masuk.
Okay.
Anyone ada masalah ke?
Cik Nazim, saya ada problem sebab saya ada tambah attitude. Attitude tu dia tak boleh baca.
Attitude kena tambah ni, apa tu? Kalau tengok exercise yang sebelum ni, kena letak yang apa tu, default. Sekejap, saya cakap. Kena tambah default sea level, yang tu. Yang 10 apa tak?
Kat mana tu?
Dekat sini, kau balik code. Dia, kena
Tambah
tambah 10
tu.
lah.
Tambah kena copy yang tu sendiri. Attitude 103.25 tu.
Yes, kena tambah yang ni dalam tu. Average pressure. So sepatutnya data akan masuk ke atas sini lah. Ni habis case A saya dah masuk dalam data dia.
Ni just 14 second, millisecond, sikit saja.
Sikit saja. Okay. Anyway, yang ada masalah lagi sebelum kita proceed next. Okay ke semua untuk kuat ni?
Basically dia punya data sama dengan previous kan?
Sama je.
Ada masalah sikit
Boleh share sikit tak?
Sekejap lah. Saya check balik dekat tu ada. Saya check dulu. Data stream. Okay, sekejap. Mana nak share ni? Share. Oops. Okay.
Tak nampak. Tak ada pun.
Nampak screen?
Tak ada.
Tak nampak.
Belum muncul lagi.
Okay. Dah keluar belum?
Belum.
Stop dulu, stop share sekejap. Sekali lagi.
Kalau Cik Nazrin, kalau saya nak tambah measurement yang sensor PME ni tak ada, saya kena tambah external sensor lah kan?
Kena tambah.
Okay.
Boleh pakai ni external sensor. Dekat HBCSN ni kan ada banyak pin yang ada. So boleh je guna semua.
Ya.
Tapi tu hands-on ni saya tak tunjuk lah macam mana.
Ada kerja ni.
So sensor macam guna di Arduino tu macam
boleh semua support.
sama je. Okay.
Sama je, semua support.
Buzzer ke apa ke semua boleh.
Method dia sama je. Tak ada beza. Itu antara kelebihan dia lah.
Tak nampak lah dia.
Itulah tak ada apa-apa. Start screen sharing tapi blank.
Macam mana? Saya dah share ni.
Itulah.
Tadi okey je. Ni tak okey pula.
You have multiple screen ke apa?
Saya pakai satu screen.
Satu aja.
Ni you are screen sharing. Maksudnya
itulah sepatutnya keluar tapi tak keluar. Dia selalu key macam ni satu je option. Left masuk.
Oh, okey.
Ada anyone else yang ada problem dengan kita?
Maybe Dr. Muzaidi, you can leave and then join back the Zoom. Try again.
Okay, sure.
Cik Nazrin, sekejap. Saya cuma nak confirm balik je lah dekat dalam kita punya terminal tu. Kan dia tak baca lah dia punya data, temperature, humidity, pressure kan. Dia akan straight terus kepada favorite platform kan.
Baca je. Kalau itu kan saya buat ni dia keluar je semua.
Oh,
Jadi
okay.
just kita for hours debugging sahaja. Kita nak tengok data tu ada tak, wujud tak.
Okay, terima kasih.
Alright. Kalau dah okay, kita akan proceed for the next. Next is
Wait for Dr. Muzaidi to resolve the issue first. Baru join.
Kalau kita nak set time untuk kita read dalam platform ni kat mana? Kalau kita tak mau ambil 5 second ni, saya dah lupa semua.
Macam mana kalau tak nak?
Kita nak retrieve data, maksudnya kita nak data masuk dalam platform ni. Kita tak mau 5 second, kita nak
tukar dekat ni, dekat kod tu ada delay kan. Tukar yang tu.
Dekat kod. Oh dalam
code.
Dalam program tu, dalam kod tu, dekat bawah tu ada delay. Delay tu tukarlah. Kalau nak 10 kalau nak 10 second, just letak 10,000 lah. 1 second bersamaan dengan 1000 millisecond. So yang kita set tu adalah millisecond.
Yang last kali ni delay 5
yang tu.
Last kali.
Yes.
So
ubah kat situ.
Dr. Muzadi, you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, ada.
When?
So, apa masalah dia ya? Apa masalah dia?
So di sini ya, data stream ya.
Okay, saya tahu masalah dia apa.
Ya.
Masalah dia adalah stream tak created. Tengok dekat atas sekali, kod yang atas.
Kod coding.
Coding, tengok atas dulu. Start dari atas. Okay, sekarang ni kita guna access token kan? Access token tu betul ke access token? Okay, IP address tu salah tu.
Yang ni ya?
IP address DNS tu salah. Macam mana boleh bertukar tu?
IP address ni yang mana? Yang bukan yang kita ping tadi ya?
Apa dapat lain? This field.
Itu domain lain tu. Favoriot.
Salah je. Patutlah.
Wah,
salah je tu.
Riot.
The
FAVORIOT.
Domain ni ada doktor, macam mana?
Itulah.
Macam mana? Favor?
FAVOR.
Sorry.
Macam mana domain tu ada?
Macam ni pun boleh.
Nanti saya tengok apa domain tu.
Kami pun salah juga tadi aja.
Ni buat betul. Itu.
Lain macam kan.
Ini scammer.
Dia sepatutnya sama lah sebab dia domain apa?
Yes.
Daripada provider ni kan.
Yes.
Okay.
Itu domain scammer tu.
Bahaya. Okay. Tak apa saya.
Rasa yang je isu dia tu.
Okay. Tak apa saya buat.
Boleh try.
Ya.
Kalau okay, kita akan next is kita akan go to favorite platform lah untuk hands on Arduino IDE dengan Hibiscus untuk part saya dah habis. So now go to favorite platform. Everyone log into favorite platform. Okay. Once kita dah send data, bila kita buka kat overview ni, then kita boleh check dekat device detail ni. Kalau perasan, status kat sini connected. So device kita sekarang ni still active dan hantar data lah. Kita boleh check device lain. Macam saya device
share ke?
sorry. Forgot. Sikit saya ulang kan. Once kita dah login, okay, everyone login, kita check dekat overview ni device detail. Kalau perasan dekat ni status connected is green lah. Maksudnya device kita sekarang ni aktif dan hantar data. Okay. Dan kita boleh check others device. Sekarang ada device memang saya tak connect apa-apa. So memang red lah. Tak ada apa-apa. So what happen kalau kita cabut kita punya atau power off lah. Contoh saya power off saya punya device ni. So dia takkan hantar lah. So once kita tak hantar, kita refresh balik. Kena tunggu berapa masa delay yang kita configure. Nanti backend akan time out kan lah benda ni. So dia akan sepatutnya merah lah. Okay. Sekarang dah merah dah. Maksudnya device ada isu, ada problem and then tak connected. Kita boleh tengok dekat sini and then dekat sini pun akan bertukar jugalah. So kalau saya power in balik.
Okay.
So dia akan hantar balik. Yang ni tak real time lah. Yang ni kita kena refresh lah. So
kalau sorry kalau I remove device, so dia auto disconnected lah kan?
Remove device macam mana?
Remove hibiscus tu daripada
unplug lah, unplug.
Okay, dia disconnect and then bila saya plug in balik, kena upload balik lah kan?
Tak boleh. Just connect saja. Dia kod tu dah memang dah already
masuk
dalam. Dia dah already dah store kat situ memang permanent.
Dia map lah, mana kata dia mapping kat dalam tu lah.
Kod tu dah memang already ada dekat situ, so kita tak boleh buat apa-apa. Unless kita nak upload baru ataupun kita create another program baru kita upload lah. Yang tu dah akan override lah.
Okay, so dia akan read yang the last kita upload.
The last yang kita upload tu. Yang tu, yang last kita upload itulah program yang kita store dalam device tu. So dia akan sending data tu balik. So apa yang exercise yang kita akan buat sekarang ni buka dekat data stream. Okay, dalam this data stream everyone buka, kita akan tengok data still masuk real time kan. So sometimes kita macam susah lah nak tengok data tu asyik keep masuk kan. So apa yang kita boleh buat untuk stop dia, contoh kita nak tengok satu-satu, kita just ni je lah. Deaktifkan this part. Show real time data ni. Kalau nak tengok balik real time data, just enable kan. Kalau tak nak tengok, macam kita nak tengok detail satu-satu, nak delete ke apa, off yang ni, and then kita boleh buat lah apa yang kita nak buat kat sini. So sekarang ni, data still store dekat backend, still store dekat database. Cuma dia tak display dekat sini saja. Dia still store but tak display kat sini. So dekat ujung ni kan ada view dengan delete. So kalau ni kita delete lah data ni. So dekat view ni kalau kita klik, kita akan nampak all the stream information yang store dekat database. Dia ada device ID, dia ada stream developer ID. Device ID ni equal to device developer ID, sama je. Dan time yang bila data tu stop, ni time dia lah. So kita boleh tengok dalam bentuk row, ni row ataupun yang PT file lah. PT file dalam bentuk macam ni lah, dia cantik sikit lah, tersusun. Ni adalah JSON format. Okay. Next is, kalau macam sekarang ni, kalau perasan dia display je semua device data yang ada. Contoh kalau ada 10 akan nampak kan kat sini, dia akan keluar. Macam ni kita boleh filter lah by device yang kita nak tengok. Contoh macam sekarang ni device hibiscus saya yang A ni yang tengah masuk data, so saya boleh select. So dia akan only show yang satu device ni saja. Dia takkan show yang lain lah. Even yang lain pun ada data masuk tapi dia takkan display. Dan yang display yang mana kita selected, itu function dia. Dan yang ni kita boleh tambah lah kalau nak tengok lebih pada 10 ni. So boleh select all juga. Next, benda yang features yang orang kata penting lah dalam data stream ni adalah export lah. Yang ni yang kita guna untuk kita download balik data yang dah store tu. Maybe kita nak buat simple analysis ke, kita nak tengok data tu macam mana kan, guna Excel ke, guna Python ataupun guna R ke. So kita boleh ni pergi dekat export ni. So dia akan keluar this model. Kat sini dalam export data stream ni dia ada dua function di mana kita boleh download all stream ataupun custom range. Okay. Kalau all stream ni sebanyak-banyak yang sebanyak data yang ada dekat Favoriot platform tu, semua tu akan download. Kalau banyak dia akan take time lah, lama lah masanya. Kalau sikit sekejap je lah download. Kita boleh download all sekaligus ataupun kita boleh select specific. Okay. Kalau kita select all and then klik CSV ataupun JSON, dia akan download semua sekali. Tapi disebabkan macam saya cakap, disebabkan sometimes ada device yang parameter yang dihantar itu berbeza-beza, tak digalakkan lah download all stream. Sebab nanti susah untuk kita asingkan dia, nak segregatekan dia susah. Then the best is kita select specific device. Contoh kalau macam saya device A, saya select specific device. Then kalau kita select specific device, by default backend ataupun Favoriot platform akan buat simple analysis di mana dia akan keluarkan minimum, maximum and average reading. Maksudnya semua data tu backend akan check which value yang minimum and then time dia bila, macam tu. So boleh try lah select one device, macam data yang tengah masuk ni hibiscus kan. Dia select macam saya hibiscus A, just click CSV and then dia akan download lah.
Kalau saya nak specify daripada time bila je, macam contoh katalah kita
guna custom range. Guna custom range nanti saya tunjuk. Okay, once kita dah download, kita boleh buka yang ni sebab CSV format, so dia boleh buka guna Excel. So dalam Excel ni apa yang dia akan tunjuk, macam saya cakap, kalau kita select specific device, dia akan buat simple analysis lah. So semua parameter yang ada tu dia akan dapatkan lah minimum, maximum value dia. Macam ni temperature apa minimum dia, humidity apa minimum dia, pressure apa minimum dia, and then bila time dia. Okay, kalau perasan time dia kat sini tak sama dengan time yang display kan, sebab ini adalah original time daripada server. Server guna GMT0. So untuk dapatkan waktu Malaysia kena plus 8.
Hello?
Oh, Encik Nasrin hang kot. Dengar tak?
Yeah, I think he's hang.
Saya takut saya ingat laptop saya hang.
Because I thought it's my problem also. Okay.
Dr. Gopi, if we set the location at, let's say, at Europe, then the timestamp follow the Europe one or follow the server?
No, this timestamp that will, when you download, it will actually download based on the server's time, which is GMT0.
Okay. So regardless of the location,
regardless of the place, yeah, it will be GMT0. That's why when you download the data, later Najin will show all the data is GMT. In fact, when you set it as Malaysia, it will also see as GMT0. So you need to plus 8 to get the local data, local time.
Okay.
I think I will continue. I think he has an issue with his Wi-Fi. Let me see.
Dr. Gopi.
Yeah.
Nanti untuk the whole session ni kan, for the whole session 2 days ni, nanti akan recorded.
Yes, yes. It is being recorded. They will share the link once we put it in the YouTube. We will share it later once we process the data. Pardon?
When the examination will start?
Examination you can start starting from tomorrow, or starting from tomorrow. So we will provide the access to do the exams.
Is it we have to create code or what?
Access means it's a login. So each individual login, you'll have individual login, and you can go to that particular site to do the exam. I will explain a bit later. Okay, let's see. Let's give it. Right. So what Nazrin showed earlier is this, right? So downloading the data. Now let's assume that we export the data. So we export the data, and I choose Hibiscus only. For now, we go step by step. So you do this data. So this is just to view the data. Right. Choose all streams. So for now, we choose all streams. Hibiscus, and we choose CSV first. Okay, we choose one by one. And see, if there's a note here, if for JSON, if it is more than 100K streams, and it will download multiple JSON files, because it need to make sure that there's no disruption in the download. The big file, sometimes a few megabytes. So that's the reason why we need to make sure that it is downloaded. All the files are downloaded. That's why it will divide it into a few sections. So once you download this, so you can see the data streams. If it is a JSON, sorry, CSV, you will see in this format. Oh, sorry. Let me just put it. Okay, let me just change a bit so better view. I want to export. I put a custom range first. This one. Set. So if you do custom range, you just select this. Say for example like this. So. Okay. Now you will notice here, there are a few parameters downloaded. On the top of this file, which is the CSV file, a simple analysis is calculated for you. It will give the minimum, the maximum, and the average for each parameter that we have actually submitted from the device. So for example, of course, this is for the time frame. Now, if you download all data, then it will take the starting and the end. So I have actually started, since 8 o'clock this morning until now. So the minimum data for humidity is 54. The minimum timestamp is this. The maximum is 60. The maximum timestamp and the average for this value. Same goes for pressure and temperature. Now, as I mentioned earlier, stream created, right? Stream created here, you see T021358. What it means is that you need to plus 8. So that would mean it is 10 o'clock, right? This is 10, 13. If you go down, so you will see 1. Right, you will see 1. So 1 means you plus 8 here, so you'll get 942. So you will get all the data here. Now, sometimes what would happen is, in between, if you add another parameter, it will actually disrupt the entire. I mean, you can still download, you can still show all the data like this. Let me just open up another one. I'll just an example. Right. See, if you see here, this is earlier data that I have. Right. But some of it are null because I've not set this parameter during this time. That means this is only recently I've actually changed it. But for purpose of showing, what happens is that this, because we did not set it earlier, it will all show null. If you go maybe towards the bottom somewhere, you will see some data here. Now, to make sure that, easy for us to, to do analysis and also to display in the dashboard later, make sure that you set the parameters before you commit and don't make changes in between. That is the best way, I would say. Nazrin, are you here?
Yes, Doctor.
You want to continue with Jason? I only showed the CSV. CSV dah, Jason belum.
Saya pun seorang-seorang punya tadi. Aduh. Alright, okay. Tadi Doktor dah cerita yang all stream ke dah masuk custom range?
Yeah, custom range also. Custom range also. For JSON belum lagi.
Okay. Untuk JSON actually metode sama, cuma the structure berbeza sedikit lah. Contoh dia, jadi kita pilih dia specific device dan JSON. So JSON ni kita boleh buka guna notepad. So dekat atas ni first dia akan keluarkan parameter analysis dahulu sampai sini this part parameter analysis. So dia akan beritahu lah temperature, minimum value dia berapa, and time dia bila, temperature bila. So ini adalah dalam bentuk JSON lah, and then dia akan listkan all the data stream dekat sini, bermula sini. So ni ada list data stream dengan all information yang kita store dekat backend. Ni adalah information yang created. Ada tahun bila, ada stream ID, ada serial ID. Tapi dalam bentuk JSON lah. Dia same juga dengan custom range. Kalau kita select time, contohnya dari waktu maybe hari ini saya dapat maybe 13 hingga hari ini until sekarang, just set. So dia akan display all JSON data yang ikut this time range sahaja.
Time range ni dia ikut yang tu TTM lah, yang apa?
Macam mana? Timestamp ni ikut?
Dia ikut local time ke macam mana?
Yang kita set ni local time lah. Yang ni kita front end dah memang convertkan. Once kita set local time, dia akan convert ke server time. So dia akan fetch yang betul lah. Cuma bila dah download raw data dia tu, raw data yang ada dekat file tu, itu adalah time server lah, server time.
Yang kita set map, kat map tu kita punya panggil apa, icon kat map tu kan, untuk apa? Ada location, latitude dengan longitude.
Latitude, longitude tu, yang tu.
Yang itu untuk apa?
Tu.
Dia ada data itu, masuk sini ke ataupun memang?
Ada. Kalau kita ada set location dekat that device, contoh kita pergi dekat ni device, kita view on map. Macam sekarang ni hibiscus A saya ni memang ada location. Tak ada, sorry tak ada. So dia tak dapat nak display lah. Yang ni data sebelum ni. Yang ni yang tak aktif tapi ada data lah. Contoh kalau kita nak tengok ada apa tu, ada plotting dekat sini, kita boleh edit je. Yang aktif ni kita edit. Kita letak lah, this longitude.
Ya, data tu dia ada efek, tak ada efek dengan time kan?
Tak ada. So bila kita update, saya punya line ni tak stable.
Let's say saya pergi India, betul saya buat benda tu kat India, betul saya kena
dia punya time tu dia akan follow time dekat India. Bila kita buka, contoh kita access dari sana, time yang akan display kat kita tu adalah time kat India.
Okay. So saya balik sini, betul saya nak access benda sana pun ikut India juga.
Kita akan tengok time kita sebab kita access, kalau kita access dekat sebab sistem ni, dia detect location dekat mana kita buka untuk access benda tu.
Bukan device kan?
That's why bila kita download data stream tu, dia bagi timestamp yang GMT0 sebab the issue of time zone.
Okay.
So kalau kita dah buat yang tadi tu, dah tambah latitude, sepatutnya ada lah.
So latitude, longitude ni dia tak ada pakai dalam software ke atau macam mana? Just
jadi kita masukkan lah. Untuk sekarang kita kena masukkan. Saya tak allow position. Saya punya line tak berapa nak stable lah. Tak keluar tu. Sepatutnya akan keluar lah yang saya punya ni. Nanti saya tunjuk balik. Okay, next. Yang ni dah settle. Next kita akan buat rule. Okay, untuk rule, dulu saya punya ni. Okay, untuk rule, everyone boleh buka dekat Drive. Ada hands out ni. Ni, download yang nombor 4 ni. Favorite. Sorry, yang ni. Favorite IoT manual. Download this, open yang ni, favorite IoT manual. Ni sebab saya takut nanti tertinggal ke apa, boleh rujuk balik lah. Favorite IoT manual tu, buka yang tu, download dulu. Dekat sini ada step by step, tapi untuk sekarang ni buka rule. Untuk rule boleh tengok sini ataupun boleh follow saya. Kalau tertinggal boleh rujuk dekat favorite IoT platform manual ni lah. Kalau tertinggal lah. Okay, untuk rule kita akan start dengan sending notification rule dekat email. First, click this button, create rule. Rule name ni kita boleh letak any name. Contoh for example saya nak letak S sahaja. Yes, and then description ni boleh letak ataupun tinggal pun boleh. Ni just buat test. And then device name ni, pilih device yang kita kita nak set rule lah untuk hantar notification tu. Contoh macam sekarang ni everyone tengah guna device Hibiscus. So just select Hibiscus. Once kita select hibiscus, nanti dia akan listkan all parameter yang ada kat situ. Ada 3 parameter yang kita hantar. Next, kita set rule lah. Untuk set rule, kita boleh refer this example saja. Ini adalah contoh kita nak buat lebih daripada satu condition. Kalau kita buat satu condition sahaja, kita boleh buat macam ni pun boleh. Nampak ke? String dot temperature. Yang ni adalah nama parameter yang ada kat sini. Make sure nama yang ni dengan ni samalah. Stream dot, yang ni nama ni mesti sama dengan data field for device ni. Mesti make sure sama. And then yang ni saya set condition less than 40. If string temperature less than 40, and then next is configure dekat sini. First saya nak send ke email lah. So kat sini to ni adalah email yang kita nak hantar. So saya nak hantar dekat email saya. So, then apa message dia? Okay. Dekat sini ada 2 configuration yang penting dalam untuk kita create rule ni. Yang first one is rule triggers dengan active now. Rule 3 ni adalah number of notification execute. Kalau kita set satu, notification yang akan execute adalah 1. Contoh dia, okay, stream data masuk and then dia akan check rule ni. Kalau dia meet dengan this condition and then rule trigger ni equal to 1, dia akan execute sekali. And then this number akan minus 1, so become 0. If this number 0, notification tak akan execute. So kita kena set more than 0 lah. So example saya set 10.
Tak faham. Ulang lagi, kalau rule trigger tu maksudnya kalau kita set kosong, rule trigger
kalau kita set kosong, notification tak akan trigger.
So, kalau kita set 1, dia hanya trigger sekali je ke?
Sekali sahaja. So kalau kita nak dia trigger 10 kali, dia akan kita just letak sini 10.
Trigger in terms of dia sending the email.
Dia akan trigger apabila stream yang masuk tu, data yang masuk tu, dia meet dengan this condition. Selagi mana dia meet dengan this condition, dia akan trigger and then minus 1. Until 0. Once dah 0, notification trigger takkan send in dah lah. Dia takkan send email lah.
Maksudnya sekarang ni condition dia tu 10 kali kalau temperature tu bawah less than 40.
Dia akan keep sending. Maksudnya first thing come, dia check okay meet condition. Okay, yang ni pun still more than 0. So dia akan execute lah. Execute. Once dah execute, yang ni akan minus 1. Kalau temperature tu tak meet this condition, dia tak akan go through yang ni. Ya, dia akan terus drop sahaja. So takkan ada notification yang akan hantar dekat kita lah. Macam tu.
Yang trigger ni kan, dia ikut setiap kali kita send ke ataupun macam
setiap kali stream masuk, dia akan check rule. Kalau meet condition, kalau this value still more than 0, dia akan trigger lah. Tapi untuk benda ni working, kita kena set active now. So yang ni takkan, kalau kita tak set active now, yang ni dia takkan minus and then takkan stream lah. Yang ni the main lah, the main enable and disable this rule lah.
So ini kalau ada number of limitation lah, macam dia limit berapa, 5,000 kali?
Tak ada limit, boleh send as many you want.
Dia ikut yang itu API tu lah.
Ikut API kalau ada 50,000 tak. Cuma kenapa kita orang buat benda ni adalah untuk avoid spam dekat email. So kita set 10 pun kita dah tahu dah ada problem kan. Macam tu lah. Once kalau dia dah 0, yang ni akan deactivate. So dia tak akan check lah. Dia akan
kekerapan dia berapa?
Kekerapan dia depends pada device yang kita set tu. Contoh every 5 second lah.
Maksudnya
as long dia meet
dalam
dengan
program,
condition.
dalam
Kalau
program
dia tak,
ataupun dalam tablet, platform.
dalam program yang kita program dekat device tu. As long dia meet condition, dia akan send. Kalau dia tak meet condition, dia tak akan send lah. And then this one pun tak akan minus. So apa yang kita perlu buat untuk sekarang, example sekarang, just set 10 and then check active now. And then create sahaja. So once kita dah create, once data masuk, kita boleh check email lah. Dapat kita. Macam tu. Saya buka email. Okay, kalau dah buka email nanti dia akan dapat mention. Sebab saya set 10 kan, so dia akan hantar 10 kali as long dia salah. As long dia meet condition.
Kalau nak
So, ini
spam
ada
orang senang kan?
nak spam orang boleh lah. Actually kita boleh spam ramai-ramai. Kalau nak spam beramai-ramai buat macam ni. Edit balik dekat belakang ni just tambah je email siapa.
Oh, okay. Dia tak ada limit kan?
Tak ada limit. Boleh je tambah. Kalau macam kita ada official email yang apa boleh point pada satu email and then broadcast pada semua, just point dekat situ je. Ini dia akan broadcast tu semua. Macam tu. Yes,
untuk buat ni hibiscus sense ni kena sambung di USB ataupun tak perlu?
Kita kena running lah device. Memang kena device tu always running lah. Baru rule tu akan check.
You can connect to any power source once you configure the hibiscus sense. In fact, you can use kalau ada power bank pun you boleh connect power bank
boleh
juga.
Guna apa tu? Charger phone pun boleh.
Charging phone pun boleh.
Ingatkan dekat notebook saja.
Tak.
Sebab kita upload saja.
Kita upload saja.
Upload saja.
Okay.
Kalau guna apa power bank kan, I've tested it. I mean, if you run every 20 seconds, I think the power bank.
Boleh tahan itu.
It's almost like more than a day lah. That is for
berapa mAh tu?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Baru nak tengok je. Dia punya mAh tu 2000.
Kecil je.
2000.
Okay lah. No, because my concern is my notebook cuma ada satu USB-C, so I cabut untuk plug in my power source. Then okay, understand that, and then I just plug in back to the.
Boleh connect directly to main power pun yang ada USB pun boleh juga.
Pun boleh.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Sorry, baru tahu.
No worries.
Okay, great.
Then before you move to Telegram, kita break for a while. Before you move lah, you finish this one first.
Okay, saya tak move to Telegram, cuma nak bagi tahu next actually kalau perasan dekat rule ni ada duplicate kan, kalau macam kita malas kan nak buat benda yang sama, just duplicate saja. Nanti kita boleh edit. Okay. Kalau kita nak buat benda yang sama, cuma nak tukar rule saja. Macam tu. So dia akan duplicate lah apa yang ada sebelum ni. Itu function duplicate-nya.
Okay.
Okay, maybe boleh.
SMS tak ada kan?
Macam mana?
SMS tak ada lah function kan?
SMS ada, tapi kena subscribe. Okay, saya tunjuklah kalau untuk SMS.
Beginner plan ni tak ada lah.
Jadi kalau free pun boleh subscribe. Benda tu kena subscribe je, kena bayar je. Ada subscription yang berbeza, yang berlainan. Contoh kalau nak subscribe tu apa tu SMS kan, dekat setting ni dia ada add-on. Dekat sini kena purchase lah RM5 untuk 50 SMS and RM10 100 SMS lah. Dia punya method untuk trigger SMS ni sama je. Dia tak ada beza pun. Contoh kalau kita edit balik dekat sini, dia akan keluar dekat Dan ni ada send SMS.
SMS ni dia through web page ke ataupun through telco?
Telco, dia akan send dekat phone number yang kita hantar tu lah.
Kan maksudnya dari server you send keluar kan, dia pakai telco ke ataupun pakai yang web page ni SMS?
Ni web punya. Yang kita orang guna ni sebenarnya tu web.
So tak perlu macam I don't know last time kena masuk apa GSM module lah.
Tak payah.
So ni no need lah.
No.
So
Yang ni memang daripada apa tu back end kita orang memang dah buat this back end, so dia akan just forward saja. Cuma service untuk push to user tu yang berbayar. Yang tu yang ada charge tu.
Faham. Betul.
So, itu sahaja. Kalau untuk SMS dia benda yang sama, cuma just tukar kat sini and then letak nombor phone. So nombor phone yang support hanya sekarang ni local sahajalah. So Malaysian sahaja. So international numbers belum.
WhatsApp boleh tak WhatsApp?
WhatsApp dalam ni tak ada sebab WhatsApp actually dia tak ada provide yang memudahkan. Basically lah kalau nak broadcast dia kena hack sikit WhatsApp tu, and then dia remeh sikit lah. That's why kita orang tak buat. Sebenarnya boleh, cuma dia remeh sikit lah. Yang ni dia tak stable kalau sentiasa diorang patch benda tu. Maksudnya developer WhatsApp tu sentiasa patch benda tu. Even kalau kita dah hack sikit pun diorang dah tukar. So every time kena tukar tu yang tak nak buat tu. Bukan tak boleh.
Okay.
Itu masalah dengan WhatsApp. Sebab kalau betul-betul nak guna diorang punya API, bayar sebenarnya. Berbayar. Okay. Maybe kita boleh rehat dulu sampai pukul berapa, Doktor?
Say now 10:40. We start back at 11.
Okay.
Dr. Gopi and Puan
Yes.
Zura, I need to ask you from 11 to 12.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll join back after that.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Encik Nasrin.
Yes.
Nak tanya sebab tadi yang untuk data stream tu, yang export tu kan, I ni Excel dia tak keluar, maksudnya should be my Excel dia block ke macam mana?
Dia tak keluar, boleh share screen tak?
Sekejap.
Sekejap saya close dulu.
Okay. Kat sini kan dashboard, export.
Okay, export.
Lepas tu dia kat
Channel.
Channel hibiscus kan. Lepas tu CSV kan.
CSV.
Dia ada dia proses tadi, lepas tu dia tak keluar Excel.
Ni kalau tak keluar ni
tak tahu dia block kat mana.
Browser punya ni lah. Dia pakai apa? Browser apa? Chrome
Chrome.
Sepatutnya keluar.
Sebab tadi I dah set sini kan yang
yang
set sini kan. Rasanya tak.
Sometimes it blocks the download.
Yes, I know, but the JSON like
JSON
dapat. Kalau JSON dia akan keluar.
Ini biar juga ni.
Dia akan keluar JSON tu, dia akan keluar kat tu kan. Tapi yang kalau CSV tu dia memang tak keluar.
Kalau itu kan dia auto download je. Selalu kalau case macam ni browser case lah. Cuba guna browser lain kalau yang ada boleh try download. So kalau browser lain okey, maksudnya memang ada isu dekat this browser setting lah.
Okay, boleh I try tengok ni.
Boleh. So next is kita akan set up rule notification to Telegram. Okay, untuk Telegram, first step yang perlu kita buat adalah first kita set up Telegram environment dahulu. Just open your tab and then type HTTPS.
Share screen.
Boleh share tak?
Ya, saya share sekali. Okay. Sekejap saya share link. So link ada dekat chat. Then buka this link telegram.me.father ni, just actually kalau nak buka guna phone pun boleh. Saya tunjuk dekat web, buka in web, show ada account lah. So dia akan keluar yang ni. Okay, untuk first time selalunya kalau pakai phone dia akan ada satu button dekat bawah ni, and then just click start saja. Kalau macam saya dah pernah buat something, so untuk buka this chat menu ni, just type /start, dan dia akan keluar balik lah. Okay. Once dah keluar yang ni, first step apa yang perlu kita buat adalah ni, cari /new bot ni, boleh klik saja dekat sini ataupun kita boleh type /new bot. Okay. Okay, once kita dah select new bot, dia akan minta kita letak nama. So kita letak nama bot yang kita create tu, for example saya nak letak Favoriot bot. Make sure nama tu belakang ada scoreboard lah. Boleh letak apa-apa nama, tapi unik lah, nama tu mesti unik. Dan once kita dah set yang ni, dia minta kita letak username. Even username ni pun kena unik juga. Username, contoh saya nak letak kat sini, nama saya Nas Rule Bot. Just enter. Okay, once dah set username, dia akan keluar this message, congratulations on your new bot. Maksudnya kita dah berjaya set up kita punya bot lah dekat Telegram. Dapat ke start ni? Semua orang dapat ke start ni?
Ya, boleh.
Okay. So once kita dah dapat this message, next is just click this link. Dia akan open dekat channel channel chat yang baru, di mana dia akan buka channel untuk chat dengan bot ni lah. So apa yang perlu kita buat adalah type /start saja. Sekarang dia tak keluar apa-apa lah, sebab kita tak ada buat apa-apa lagi dekat platform. So just type /start. Itu saja untuk sekarang. Okay, kalau okay, next kita kembali ke private platform. Kita create a new rule. For example, maybe Telegram task. Telegram task. And then device kita boleh pilih device yang sama saja. Dan guna condition yang sama pun boleh, ataupun nak try yang lain pun boleh. Dekat sini kita choose send telegram. Once kita dah send telegram, kita akan perasan ada tu ni, dia perlukan something yang kat sini, tapi kita tak boleh nak edit. Yang ni adalah apa tu, kita perlu dapatkan chat ID dengan bot tu, chat ID bot tu. So macam mana nak dapatkan chat ID bot tu? Kita perlu set access token bot dekat sini, and then kita tekan this get chat ID baru akan dapat. So macam mana nak dapatkan access token tu? Pergi dekat Telegram balik, yang dekat bot father. Kalau perasan dekat sini ada mention pasal use this token access the API ni kan, just copy this access token, just copy, then paste sahaja dekat sini. Once dah paste, click this get chat ID. Kalau perasan dekat saya punya ada keluar error kan, dia bagi tahu error kat sini bot not start. Kalau dapat this error, apa yang perlu kita buat, pergi kembali kepada favorite rule ni, favorite rule bot ni, just type balik slash, okay, and then kembali kepada favorite platform, try lagi sekali. Sepatutnya akan dapat ni lah. Ini adalah ID untuk chat channel yang akan digunakan untuk kita send message dekat Telegram. Okay, once dah dapat ni, kita dah boleh set message. Testing Telegram.
Boleh repeat balik aja tu.
Boleh.
ID tu.
Yang ID ni, okay.
Sudah copy apa tu?
Dah copy. Cuba klik get ID dulu.
Ya, dah dapat.
Dapat ni tak?
Not started.
Kalau dia mention not started, pergi balik ke Telegram tadi, klik yang favorite rule bot ni, just type /start sekali lagi macam tu.
Okay.
And then kembali kepada tu, and then just klik get ID ni, nanti akan dapat lah. Dia kena try. Sometimes dia macam lost connection lah, that's why. Kena keep try lah. Tapi itu je step dia sebenarnya.
Okay, dapat.
Once dah dapat, yang ni sama je macam tadi. Then active now, just create sahaja. Itu sahaja. So nanti kita akan dapat message dekat dia. As long dia make condition, dia akan hantar lah. Saya set 10, saya akan dapat 10 lah. Dapat tak?
Yang prosedur ni dalam nota tu ada tak?
Ada. Memang follow benda yang sama.
Okay.
Sepatutnya akan dapat macam saya ni lah. As long dia make condition, dia akan hantar. So saya set.
Dia tak keluar, saya dah ambil API token, tapi dia tak keluar number tu macam mana?
Kalau tak keluar, pergi balik dekat ni Telegram yang saya tengah tunjuk ni, just type /start tu lagi sekali. Once dah buat yang tu, pergi balik dekat favorite platform and then try get ID.
Dia kena ambil yang favorite, saya ambil buat lain ni, favorite, lain lah. Dia kena...
dia ikut yang kita set, yang kita dah set dekat sini. Ada access token masing-masing, so yang tu lah.
Kan, dia punya rule tu saya tak ada underscore bot tu. Saya favorite rule bot je.
Tak kisah, itu apa yang kita set tu, itu depend, itu tak ada kena dengan saya lah. Actually yang ni untuk kita configure dekat Telegram server. So once kita dah configure, dia akan bagi satu access token. So access token yang Telegram bagi ni yang kita copy.
Itu saya dah copy.
Pergi dekat sini, dekat kalau kita select balik Telegram, just paste saja kat sini and then try get ID macam tu.
Dia tak keluar apa pun.
Kalau tak keluar, macam saya cakap tadi, pergi balik dekat ni, macam mana nak buka this part.
Macam nak dapat favorite rule dashboard ni.
Lepas tu ada ni tak? Suruh buat yang ni tak? Ini semua dah ada kan? Kalau tak berjaya kan, saya cakap tadi, pergi balik dekat yang ni, yang link, ada link you will find it at this link, ada link. Link ni kita klik and then klik /start. Buat yang ni, lepas tu kembali kepada favorite platform and then try get ID. Nanti dia akan dapat sini. Lama ke? Dapat. Ini mana dia memang tak dapat ke macam mana?
Okey, dapat.
Kena try sampai dapat. Kadang Telegram ni dia ada isu sikit dekat diorang punya server.
Yang user ID kita kat favorite platform tu, kita boleh tukar user ID.
Favorite platform punya user ID? Tak boleh.
Tak boleh kan? Lepas register memang tak boleh kan?
Memang tak boleh. Sebab the whole information yang related semua guna user ID yang sama. So kalau tukar, dia akan kacau the whole service lah. Okay, berjaya ke? Dia ada masalah ke tak? So patutnya akan dapat benda yang sama macam saya ni. Akan dapat. As long dia meet condition, dia akan send dekat notification dekat Telegram lah. So, satu lagi apa features yang ada lagi kat rule ni. Satu lagi adalah contoh tadi saya dah mention pasal device connectivity status kan. Okay, macam tadi kalau kita nak tahu the device tu lost connection, kita kena buka and then kita check overview semua kan. Actually kita boleh send notification juga kalau device tu lost connection ataupun down ke mati ke apa kan, kita boleh buat juga dekat sini. Benda yang sama, contohlah dekat sini kan, just edit balik je Telegram, edit balik. Yang ni kita tukar stream connectivity equal to false, copy yang bawah ni. Boleh buat 2 ataupun 3 pun sama je, dia support. Stream connectivity equal to false and then just update sahaja. Okay, so macam mana nak test, just unplug power source Hibiscus tu, nanti dapatlah message. Oh, saya lupa tukar message. dia take time sikit lah, dia sebab kita ada set ni, dah dapat dah. Saya tukar message je. Dia benda yang sama je, cuma kena tukar rule sahaja. Contohnya lost connection. Update. Okay, kita unplug Hibiscus. Dan nanti dekat Telegram dia take time sikit. So akan dapat lah. Kalau proses kat sini dia beritahu lost connection. Sama juga untuk email pun boleh buat benda yang sama. Alright, mungkin dah habislah untuk part rule ni. Itu sajalah untuk rule.
Nazir, maybe you want to show the comparing multiple parameters tadi.
Lupa.
Temperature.
Okay, kalau untuk buat multiple condition, boleh follow the example saja. Just copy. Sorry. Okay, kalau sekarang punya rule, dia kita set as a n. As long stream 2 meet dengan both condition, baru dia akan execute lah notification tu. Contohnya macam sekarang ni, temperature yang stream yang masuk tu, contoh temperature less than 40 dan humidity more than 50, maksudnya both are true, meet the condition, and then dia akan execute lah. Jadi kita boleh tambah, kalau ada O ke apa boleh tambah. Macam sekarang kan, kalau O dia letak macam ni. So dia adalah standard standard syntax yang kita guna untuk program tu sama je boleh guna. Ni untuk O, nampak je? Saya beri contoh dekat chat.
Dia boleh buat programming kat sini tak?
Programming tak support lagi, tapi untuk condition support. Condition saja. Untuk kalau kita nak buat JavaScript program, for now saya reject lah. Saya reject. Sebab sometimes ada benda yang kacau. Kalau untuk rule dia support.
Data field for device tu ada cover tadi, saya mungkin terlepas lah.
Data field for device. Oh, yang ni kalau edit dia tak keluar sebab dia tak flash. Kalau kalau kita create rule, dia akan keluar lah based on any device yang kita select lah. Bila kita select, dia akan scan all parameter yang ada. So kita boleh tahu lah apa yang ada.
Tadi boleh ulang balik, saya terlepas kot yang kalau kita buat kalau dia punya simbol dia simbol dia tu stream temperature less than 40, lepas tu dia ada simbol tu kan. Simbol tu
ini simbol N.
Kalau yang tadi?
Yang tadi tu O.
Okay.
Kalau ada lagi condition, just tambah je. Selalu kalau macam AI punya model kan sometimes ada based on this rule based juga kan. Jadi kita boleh letak juga. Macam tu. Ada some machine learning yang provide model dia dalam bentuk rule if else punya condition yang ada and or, so boleh apply dekat sini juga sebenarnya. Tapi dalam bentuk ni lah. Dalam bentuk yang saya buat ni.
If else pun boleh lah dalam rules ni.
Macam mana?
If else punya comment.
If else dalam ni tak boleh. Kalau kita buat if ni else tu tak boleh. Dia just set apa dia temperature dot
condition.
Yang condition dia apa itu saja. Kalau ada
macam kat bawah ni lah maksudnya. Data
yes.
Ni tu lah.
Yes.
Dua kalau not pun boleh lah. Not.
Boleh. Not pun boleh. Dia support lah.
Tu kalau parameter plus minus tu?
Plus minus tak support. Sekejap saya bagi nanti saya bagi list apa yang support.
Okay.
Rule itu sahajalah. Alright. Rasanya dah pergi saya tertinggal tu. Dia dah habis dah kawan.
Is everyone okay with the Telegram? Ada apa-apa? Is there any issues?
Yang tak berjaya ke?
Saya dengan Telegram. Dekat Favoriot tu keluar dia tulis lepas klik get check ID tu dia keluar port not started.
Itu kena buat apa tu /start dekat Telegram tu.
Okay. Telegram tu dia macam restart balik ke?
Saya dah close pula. Boleh share screen tak nanti kita orang bagi instruction.
Ya. Nampak tak?
Okay, sekarang ni tak ada apa kan? Buka balik Telegram. Okay. Dekat book father tu, yang ni dah setting belum ni? Set dah tu yang atas tu. Yang tu. Kan ada yang dan correlation you will find at ada link tu t.me tu, klik yang tu. Atas. Yang tu klik yang tu. Dah klik dah? Klik. Klik. Tu tekan button start tu. Lepas tu pergi ke favorite platform. Tekan get check ID. Ini betul ke pakai ID yang sama?
Kalau saya ambil balik
boleh juga ambil balik.
Maknanya ID tu yang ni kan?
Yang tu sama. Copy. Macam sama dah. Lain. Okay. Try get check ID. Tu dapat dah.
Okay.
And then just create sahaja. Bawah sekali ada create. Create. Active now tu kena set tu. Nanti tak hantar. Edit balik. Itu email. Bawah. Yes. Active. Update. Okay. As long dia akan demi condition dia akan send lah dekat ada. Tu dapat dah.
Okay.
Nak tanya macam kalau kita nak customize message tu kan macam kalau kita dapat message kan format dia macam ni kan. Jadi kalau kita nak ubah sikit lah macam
faham. Untuk sekarang masih belum support untuk customize tu. InsyaAllah in future akan ada lah.
Okay.
Right. Is there anyone else? Any questions regarding Telegram and the rules? If not, then we will move on to the next section. Okay. Then I think we move on to the next one.
Alright. Pak saya dah habis dah.
Yeah, I understand. Now, as you know, so you will notice that all the data that you have actually set in the from the hibiscus sense. It's continuously being sent here. And just want to show on the API. So if you click overview, you will notice the usage. So for beginner account, so we set API limit to 5,000. And as of now, mine is about 906, maybe yours, I don't know, maybe higher because it sends every 5 seconds or maybe lower, I'm not so sure. And you can use the API until 5,000 up to 8 a.m. tomorrow. So as I said, it gets reset 12 a.m., which is a GMT 0, which is Malaysian time, 8 a.m. Now, what we would do now is we will create graphs using the data that we have collected so far. Now, to create graphs, so we need to go to dashboard. So dashboard consists of all the graphs that you create. So it contains, each dashboard that you create will contain whatever that you put in that dashboard. So let me just show what we will be doing. So this is just an example. So there are a few things that you can do. You can create historical graph. Historical graph means you can create in a time range. So you select which time range and then it gets recorded. Or you can do real-time data. Yeah, so real-time data using various widgets that we have. So we will do step by step. You need to follow on the how to create the dashboard. Now let's go back to the main. Create dashboard. So you click create dashboard. Give a name to the dashboard. So you can give, but there's something called upload image. If you want, you can upload any image, but the resolution is quite low. 200 pixels by 200 pixels. This is just a small picture that you want. If otherwise, by default, you can just ignore that. So you click create. So once you click create, you will notice that this particular card appears. So you click it and you see an empty dashboard. So this is where you can actually add whatever widgets that you want. So we will create one by one. So click widget. Now there are a number of widgets. Just to let you know, some widgets, for example, device connection, you can't use it for this account. It's only meant for developer account. They have charts. Let me just explain what are charts. Now, in the charts, there are various types of charts. There are line chart, area. So area will be like this, and then gauge. Now, for line chart, don't do anything yet, just explaining first. So for the line chart, they have different type of line curves, straight, smooth, and then step line. So we will do one by one of these charts. And then for area is straightforward. Gauge. So for gauge, so we have different types of this gauge here. We have basic, circular. Circular will be like this. And then we have circular dark, like this. Then we have linear. So linear is like a thermometer kind of thing. So you have vertical or horizontal. So you can select vertical or horizontal. right? Horizontal like this, vertical is up, and then we have analog. So analog is in this way. So this is the first widget. Now, second widget, sorry, go back here, is text. Now, text is something that you want to put. So let's click and let's put a name, right? So click text. So I'll put the UNIMAP dashboard. Okay, so you can type in. You can select the text color, the text background if you want to. So I will just leave it as it is. So you can add. Okay, click add. So you will notice that the card appears here, but it is not in the view that I want. See, something is missing, so you need to scroll left to right and so on. So in order for you to adjust this, click the edit graph and you can move like this. Yes, I want to move something like this. So you can move, it's a predefined size. So if you notice, you cannot adjust like this, right? So it has to be predefined. There's a certain like this, or you can scroll it down, make it bigger. So this is the predefined. So I make it a bit longer. And then this is to commit. So click next. Let's add another widget. So this time we add clock. Okay, add clock. So you can put here time, say time or clock, whatever. So you can change the label color if you want to. Let's see. I want to put blue, maybe. Yeah, let's see how it looks like. Right, blue. This, if you notice, there's a display date, so you can add or show date. So the date will appear at the bottom of the time. So you add, so you don't see something like this, right? So I want to move this up. So just click the edit, just put it here. Now I don't want the date. So what I can do is that I click the setting here, and then I disable the display the date and update the widget. So now you notice that I only see the time, not the date. So if I want, again, if I want to change, go click the edit, go to setting. This is the spanner in the setting, and then put the show. So you can also change the color clock. This is the text label, right? So this is the label color. This is the clock color. So let me put this color, right? Okay. So it gets updated based on this. So then if you click commit, so it will appear here. Next, what we will do, we will add an historical data. Are you all following so far?
Okay.
Okay. So let's add widget. Click chart. Okay. Let's put for temperature. So line chart. So we use line chart for now. I want to make it smooth. So the difference is that in the straight, you will see some points, right? It's not smooth. Smooth means it's like, complete. You can see it later. So I put smooth. Now, next is that you need to select for which device that you want to send. You want to select the data. Now, for us, is hibiscus, right? So select hibiscus. Click on the plus sign. Sorry. So when you click the plus sign, this will appear. So this is just an information on the top. These are all standard information. And device parameter is where you need to choose. You can choose multiple, or let's choose one first. So let's choose temperature. Okay, let's choose temperature and you click finalize. Now, this is if you want to set historical, meaning that is a previous data, you click this and you need to select the date range. Okay, so let's set for the past 1 hour maybe. Let's see time, and then 2 until say 1 hour. Set stream count. See, we are limiting the number of streams. Maximum number is 5,000 streams in that graph. The reason is if we allow too much, then it requires a lot of memory usage in your laptop, and it slows down the platform view as well as the usage, your laptop usage. Now for that, what we did was we'll just limit to 500. So let's make a default value, which is 100. If you can increase, you want to increase to, click confirm. Something is wrong. Connection. Right. Yes, okay, right? So, all right. Next is, oh, sorry, I forgot to.
Sorry, Dr. Gopi.
Yeah.
This one you show here is actually the historical data kan. Let's say if you want to show historical until the current data and you want to make it into the real time.
Real time ini saya tunjuk. Oh, you cannot. Okay, I'll show that later. I show that later.
So this one is for historical only lah.
Historical only, static only.
Okay.
Static data. I will show the real time after this. Okay, so confirm. You give the x-axis, time, put y-axis, say temperature. Right. If you want to show the chart toolbar, you can add that, and then you can create the chart. You see? Right. This is a bit slow because it's need to plot. So you will notice that, this has been plotted. So from the time that I've set, now, even though you set 1 hour and the maximum streams is 100, right? So assuming that you have more than 100, so it will only take the 100 within that 1 hour. Okay, so it overrides the time. So it will take maximum 100. Now, if you have to increase, you can increase it. Now, this is, if you want to download this particular graph, so you can do that using this format, SVG, PNG, and CSV. So this is the first one. So far, okay? So you can edit it to make it smaller. Right, so if you want to make it, say, smaller, like this. Right, so it will be like this. Or make it bigger, like this. Okay, so far okay. Okay, and then commit.
Let me say my time span is about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I stop. I stop recording the data. Then after 5 minutes again, I start again. So is it the data will combine together or just that they will?
No, it will combine. It will take the total 100 data stream or whatever number that you gave in here.
Means the time down here in the x-axis is not the real one, or?
Oh no, it is. You see, for example, it will take random numbers, not to say random, like at a periodic time. See, yeah. But if you click at each time, it is the data points that you plotted.
Oh, okay.
Even if you stop it and then you put it again, it will plot accordingly.
Oh, okay.
So you just move on the cursor here, you will see different time. Okay, so let's add another graph, but this time we add a real time. Add widget, add chart, same thing. So let's say we put humidity. line. Okay, now we put a step line. Step line would be, I will show that. Okay, or maybe use area. Okay, let's use area. Area would be something like this. Same process, need to select which data. So for example, here I want to select humidity, finalize it. And now I want to set real time. So you can set the real time. Now, earlier there was a question, if I want to, plot some data and then when the new data comes in, it gets replaced, right? So this is where you can pre-fill the data count, right? So there's an explanation. So if you want to, so you just can take, say for example, I put 10. Don't put too much, maximum is 100 only. 10. That means when you create the graph, the first time it will be 10 previous data will be plotted, and then all the new data will get replaced. So at one time, it will only be 10 data streams. So let's x-axis, time, y-axis, humidity. And then we click create. So you will notice at the bottom. See, here it is the previous 10. And let's wait for the next one. See the next one. It gets replaced to the last point. So the last one here will get kicked out. So that's how it is. This is real time. So if you notice some more, mine is I think every 5 seconds or 10 seconds, I think I've set. Yeah, mine is every 10 seconds. Yeah, so here you go. So there's another one. So you should be able to see if you set it as 5 seconds, it's quite faster. You see that the data. So this is a step line. And you can actually, just do something to get, higher humidity or lower humidity.
Maybe make multiple parameters into one paragraph. One graph.
Lepas ni saya akan tunjuk. It's step by step. I'm going step by step.
Oh, sorry.
After this, yes. Can. So far, okay, right? Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So we had another widget. Click widget. Chart. Okay, chart title here, we put 2 parameters, temperature and humidity. I want to use line. For gauge, right? So for gauge, you cannot select multiple, it's only one. For line is okay. Okay, so you select line. I want to use smooth. Now here is the difference, right? So we click the same thing, you click the plus here. You need to select 2 parameters. Now you need to understand that, the value, if it is close by, then you can see the pattern. If, for example, you use temperature and pressure. Temperature, the value is say about 30 something, pressure is about 10,000, then the graph would not look nice. So let's use temperature and humidity. So you need to select like this. So hold down the control and then you click it. Right? So you will notice this. So you must select humidity and temperature. Finalize. So you will notice there's 2 values that you have selected. Let's do a predefined value of 10. X-axis time. Y-axis yes. Very great. Now you see here, so there'll be 2. So of course you will notice that hibiscus temperature at the bottom, the hibiscus humidity on the top. You can't see that much because, as I said, the graph is, you cannot set the scale here. It is fixed. So the scale will be start like slightly below the temperature, slightly higher than the highest value. So in this case, the highest value is the humidity. So about 50. So we set slightly higher. So automatically create. So there is changes, it's just that you don't notice it, right? See this one. So every 10 seconds, there's a new data. Yeah, so 26. Earlier was 16. This. All right. Okay so far?
Boleh.
Yeah. So I want to change a bit the layout. So I just click here. I want to put this halfway maybe. And then this is halfway. So you see something like this. Okay, so we see historical, this graph. So let's add another one. So this time, chart, we do the gauge, right? We do the gauge for, say, temperature. Sure. The same process, click hibiscus. So for here, you need to select one, right? So I put temperature, analyze, the type that you want, circular black, circular dark. So I choose, you can choose any circular dark, label. So you put Celsius. So great. So the gauge will get created down here. Right. So there's the value. So every time there's a new value, you will notice it here. So let's wait for 10 seconds. We lost 5 seconds, so you should see faster. There you go. Right. So everything got displayed. So let's add one more before we move on. So let's move chart. So this time I want to put humidity. I use gauge. Okay, humidity. I use linear like this, and I put vertical. So for the gauge, right, for the temperature like this one, you can set minimum and maximum. So I set minimum 20, or leave it as it is. Okay, set minimum. So it will usually get added at the bottom like this. Right, so the value for this would not be shown. It's just that on this thermometer, like. So we can add another one. Let's add a cart. Now a cart is like a normal cart, right? So like something like this. So we put pressure. We have pressure value we have not used. Text color, so leave it black. Which device? So select hibiscus. Which parameter? So select pressure. Pressure, what is the unit? I forgot. So let's see. In fact, for the
Hectopascal, HPA.
HPA, yeah, HPA. You can change the background color if you want to, or you can set an image. Right. So this pressure. Oh, sorry. I always forget. No, sorry. For cart, right, it's only meant for developer account. It is not for beginner account. I forgot this all beginner account. Now,
That's
this
why we
feature,
can't see the thing. That's why we can't see the values, everything. Okay.
Yeah. So if you notice at the bottom here, the feature is only available for developer.
Yeah.
So what you will notice something like this. It's like wordings with the value. That's what you will see. Right? Now, so what can you do with this how to say this chart, right? You can make it public. There are two ways you can do that. If you go back to your main, the dashboard section, you will see the I there, right? Status private. Right. If you click the I, you will notice is something make public. Now click make public. You will see the long URL. Okay, so you can copy that and update. So update means you are making it public. Now you can give that URL to anyone, right? To access, for example, I can just put it here and they will see the dashboard as it is. So because this is a bit off, you can rearrange it later if you want to.
I send to the chat box here.
Can. Okay, let me just share. You can do that also. So you can click it here. Let me see my. Let's cut off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if anybody has done it, maybe you can share also. I can see, I can show it here.
Okay.
Anyone has done the dashboard? So you can give this link to people for them to view, and they will see the real-time data and whatever that you have said in the dashboard. So anyone want to share, you can share it. So this is the first method. So the other method is that you click the edit graph. Again, the same thing you will notice, make public. So you can make it public. And if you don't want to make it public, you just click and then remove it. It gets removed.
Let's say my account has been expired. Then is this link still available for public?
If link is, account is expired, usually you cannot allow that. It automatically gets disabled.
Okay.
But because, okay, so you can still use the graph, but there's no data. The data, if you put real-time data, nothing would appear. Because the data, expired account, we actually leave it for a year. So you can still use existing data. The graph will appear as whatever data that exists.
Okay.
You can still share it. You can still share it.
So if my account expired for after 1 year, then after that I want to subscribe back. So is it same account? Can I subscribe?
Yes. You can as the same account.
Okay.
Anyone want to share your link?
I didn't do yet.
Oh, okay. Can you all do maybe at least maybe one graph or something? Anyone want to share? So that I know that you all have attempted to. Okay, so while you all share that, so there are other widgets as well. So if you click the widget, there are button, slider, and switch. I will explain these three later. Okay, because this is more towards sending control to the device that is connected. So these three I will explain later. Anyone want to share? No one want to. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, select. Right. Okay, there you go. Nice. Now the color selection for the lines and everything is by default. For now, we don't give access to change their colors. Okay, it's by default. It's historical, all those things. Okay, good. So there's another person. Let's see who's this. Okay. So if you disable the graph board, then you cannot see. So what you will notice here is, let me just disable this. Let's copy this. And after that, I disable. So you will notice after some time, next bit, it will refresh. It will see something like this. The public graph is disabled. So you cannot access the graph. You want to make it there, then make it public again. Okay, good. Any questions on the dashboard for now? Before we move on to the next.
The Gopi.
Yes.
How do you resize and arrange the widget on the dashboard?
Oh, so you click it and then need to click the edit here. And if you notice all those, the widgets here, you can move it.
Okay.
Like this. But it's a predefined size, meaning that you cannot move, like in between like this. You see that there's a mark, it must be until there. So it cannot be in between. So it goes back to the maximum size or something, right? Same goes for down, so you can also do that. Okay, any questions? Okay, so no question. Good. So that is how, so assuming that you want to have okay, there's another graph, right? So let's see. Add widget. Now, in some cases, you want to select data from multiple parameters, multiple devices. Hold on. Okay. You can do that, but not in this account, in developer account. So assuming you want to compare the temperature from device 1 and assuming a temperature from Hibiscus, you can compare from 2 different devices. The same process that you can do, but that is in developer account. So you will appear something like this as well, but you will notice that the Hibiscus, it will be device 1 temperature, Hibiscus temperature. So there are few widgets is only applicable to developer account. Right, just want to let you know. So let's move on to the next activity, next thing. Now I will explain about the API. Now, Favoriot platform has inbuilt API. In fact, whatever communication that is happening is all using API. We have a documentation for the API. So if you notice, there's something called API, right? So you click it. I prefer to use a new tab. So you use a new tab so that I want to show the data later. Okay. Now this is the API. So the current version is 3. And again, it is based on hierarchy. we have projects, we have applications, groups, and devices and data. So now, if you click each one, you will notice the methods being used. Now, these are standard methods. It is not from us. The methods are the same for any API. It's just that the way that you put in is different. Get means you are getting data from that particular platform, from particular service. Post means that you put in, right? That means you are sending. The one that you have used it earlier, from hibiscus sense is post. Put is actually representing to replace, right? To replace the existing method. Sorry, the existing way of you data that you set. So there are also others. There are patch, there are delete. Okay, delete is here. So delete means you want to delete, sorry, you want to delete, in this case, a particular project. So similarly, if you click application, you will notice there are a set of APIs, groups, also same. So you'll see a set of APIs. Same goes for device as well as for data. Now, let's work on data first, see what happens. In fact, you can use this API in a command line. Okay, let me show you how. Say you want to post data, because you want to, assuming that you want to simulate, right? So you want to post data. How do you want to post data from within the platform, right? So click the post and you will notice there's a bit of description here. Implementation notes, right? What it means, response class, status of it, and so on. And here at the bottom here, there's body and there's an example. So if you click this part here, you just click, the whole thing get copied. And what you can do is change the device. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let me increase the size. So let's do this. Let's use one of the device. We use, what device do we have? We use, say we use SO2. So you must make sure that you use this ID, the ID, and put it here like this in the data. So you want to set the data. Let's go like this and then put a value, say 67. That's it. Now, if you want to put more values, you can just put comma and then keep adding using the same format here. So let's do one first. This is by default application JSON. Now, what happens is when you try it out here, the data actually will be sent to the platform. I mean, within the platform. So if you try it out, you will notice it uses curl. Curl is actually a program usually run in Linux. Curl post is what we are planning to do. We are submitting, sending the data. The JSON is the content type. And then the header is API key, another header. And this you automatically takes from your account, which is the read-write API key, the long API keys, notice here. And then it posts the data. You get a response body that says that stream is created. So what this means is that this particular data is now will appear in the platform. Let me just put it. There you go. Right. So let me just change to SO2. This one. You see this? This is what I've set. Now, if you want to send multiple times, also can. So just change this one to show. Try it out. And the data will appear. Now, this is how actually most platform works. If you know how to use this body here, you can use the same format in the code later, like no REST API like Najin showed earlier. Maybe syntax is a bit different, but the content will be something similar. So if you want to add, say, another data, you can put something like this. Say, may not necessarily have to do this, so you can do, say, temperature. So then it will get updated as well. So you click, try it out. So you notice here, stream created. It will create the data here. Now, what happens if you miss something, right? So let's say I missed the closing the quotation, so missing here. So when it do try, no content, this is an error. Of course, you don't get what error message, but it's an error. So the error here refers to because it's missing, closing the quotation. This. So far, okay? Understand?
Boleh.
Yeah. Okay.
So this one is generally just we can edit the data in the data stream there.
Yes.
Add on data.
So you can also do other things. You can delete, you can delete some data if you want to, but specifying if you know the specific ID. For example, the delete here is meant for a particular stream, right? There are some ways you can do. For example, let's do get data. So in a get data, there are a few parameters that you can provide. Say, for example, for which device ID, say the hibiscus, right? And then you can say maximum. So what this means maximum is that the maximum values or data streams that you want to fetch. So you can set, say, put 5. Sorry. Put 5. Order is basically ascending or descending. By default is in ascending. I think it's ascending here. Okay, so that's it. So it just takes this and go and fetch it. So try it out. You will find the total number found for this particular device is 4169, and it fetched 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's what it means. In fact, you can use the same method here if you want to retrieve data out, using a third-party tool. So you can use this. So that's what it means.
Is it the first 5 data or what?
Pardon?
The data, that's how you type 5, right? It's the
yes.
data.
Yes, the latest 5.
Or latest 5.
Let me see. I think it's latest 5. Yeah. Okay, you can try it out. Okay, the same thing goes for the other. So you can change this device developer ID for different device developer ID. You can also delete if you want to, but I don't want to do that. And you can also, pardon?
Let's say for group.
Yeah, so I'm going there. So for group also, you can also manually create a new group, or you can delete a particular group and so on.
I see.
But must be very careful because sometimes the command line, you delete something, everything below it will get deleted as well. At least in the interface, it will alert you that you are going to delete all the subordinates and so on. But sometimes in the using command line, it would not show. So be careful for that. So usually people use this API for purpose of retrieving the data out. For example, they want to create a dashboard, a better dashboard, for example, or they use analytics, right? They do data analytics using certain tools. What they can do, they incorporate the get data stream here, the method using some format, which I've shown earlier, this format. And you can continuously, and you can set a loop. For example, get data every 10 seconds, for example, in that program, in the data analytics tool that you have. And then you go and fetch the data, the latest data every 10 seconds. And you can plot the graph you want to. So this is the purpose of the API. Okay, so same goes for
they use third-party program to load the command here, or what?
Yes. You can use, say for example, you have a server. In the server, say Linux server, you have a data analytics tool. And if you want to fetch the data, so you use curl, for example, like in this example.
Curl is a software or what?
Yeah, software.
Oh, okay.
Software. So specific to the particular program or tools that you use, it's a software.
See.
Okay. So similarly, if you want to create a project, you can also do that here. So like this, project, string, active, ID, and so on. So you can try it out. It automatically creates the projects. So sorry. So this is the idea of API. In fact, for all communication, either Hibiscus Sense or any devices that you use, you must use the format that has been stated, especially for the data stream. The data stream that I've shown earlier, the same format, the same method. Okay. If you want to understand more of how this particular API functions and so on, you always refer to the documentation here. See a section called REST API. It's the same thing. It will explain in detail what it is. So assuming that I want to get to the data, the same one just now, send data. So it will give explanation, create post data stream, the parameters specify, and so on. And on the right hand side here, you will notice, say I want to use Python. So this is the format of you sending data using Python. As I said, the one that we use in Arduino just now is using Arduino language, like it is derived from C++. See, Arduino is language again. Arduino language is actually derived from C++. Whereas, and that is how the format is, the JSON format and so on. Okay. So if you use Python, the format will be something like this. If you use, say, Bash, the format is something like this. See the curve, right? So this is what I've shown earlier. If you use JavaScript, it'll be something like this. Same goes for Java and so on. So there are different ways that you need to know for different languages. Okay, see here. So that's the difference in terms of the data structure and so on. So all the details are all available here in the in the documentation. So same goes for project. If you want to get all the projects that you have, you can also use the command line, something like this. You code it and put it in your program that you have built, and you will get whatever requests that you send to the platform.
I use this Favoriot platform to send the Arduino data to the hardware.
No trade.
Means just now we use the Arduino data, right? Means we open the co-op streams, the script, right? Then can I write the platform Favoriot here? Then I send to this called Hibiscus.
You mean sending data to Hibiscus?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is control, which I will show later after the lunch break. You can send control and also some messages that depends on what you want to send.
Okay.
We'll do that later. Right. So far, okay, on this part. All right. So let's see. You can see what do I have here. All right. So have you all installed Postman?
Sorry, Dr. Gopi, before we go on, just have a few, I have one question actually.
Yes.
I was wondering whether you have a tutorial, a full tutorial on how we can connect the Favoriot platform with just Arduino Uno. Because I want to
Ada. Let me see.
Saya tengok dekat dalam tutorial ni, itulah saya pun lost juga.
Ada. If you go to the tutorial section here, right? So you will notice a lot of tutorials. So you see Favoriot Arduino tutorial, or you can using Arduino with Favoriot. This is just a different. I think one is. Let's see what is this.
Favoriot ni dalam GitHub.
GitHub. Okay, ya. Ada tutorial. Ada dia. Is it this one? So this also. Yang ni Uno, if I'm mistaken. There you go. Tutorial Citron Uno. This is Citron Uno, Arduino Uno with Favoriot platform. This is a complete tutorial.
Okay, but you still need a ESP32, right?
Nah, Arduino Uno dia apa tu, board dia lain. Arduino. Dia bukan ESP32.
Platform kan untuk
ESP8266. Dia nak Wi-Fi module. Dia kena ada Wi-Fi module.
Dia kena stack kan? New stack.
Ya, dia kena stack. Macam ni, I think if I'm mistaken, on top ni, dia Wi-Fi module. By default, Arduino Uno on its own, dia tak ada Wi-Fi module. Dia kena beli separate and then
you use ESP32 lah.
Yes. ESP8266.
Kalau ada tutorial, I think ada kot kan?
Ada. Semua tutorial ada dalam ni. You just need to find where is it, and then you should be able to. There's also Node MCU, DT, DHT, and so on. So if you can go to the Favoriot platform YouTube channel. So here also, let's see. So here you don't have the Arduino. So Arduino macam tadi lah, I think. The one. Yang ini. Using Arduino with Favoriot. Is it okay?
Yeah, okay. No problem.
Yeah.
I try to explore more.
Right. Yeah. So even in the GitHub also, if you miss out something, you can go to the codes. I think there are about 20 different codes, I think. Hibiscus Sense with RPC, HTTP post, all the code that we have shared is also there. ESP32, Maker Uno, Citron, Wi-Fi Shield. This is the code, and so on. So ada semua, right? Okay. Any questions before we move on to the next section? Okay, first thing is that you need to install Postman Have you installed Postman? Saya dah bagi dalam, I've already given earlier. If you have, okay, all done, Postman, others?
Yeah, done.
Right. Have anyone used Postman before?
No.
No, right. So let me just explain a bit about Postman, and then we will try. Again, Postman, why we introduced Postman is just a tool that we can use to send data, and of course you can do many things with Postman lah. So one of the thing is that you can send data similar to the API that I've shown earlier. Okay, the API that I've shown earlier is within the platform, within here, but Postman is a third-party tool. Let me just explain a bit about this. There is a slides on Postman that I've shared.
You need to create an account, is it?
You need to create an account in Postman.
Same with our favorite.
No. Postman is separate account, not necessarily the same account. You can create like a Gmail or something. Any account. For those who don't have, have not downloaded, you can still create an account in a web base. It's a Postman web base, so you can also create that account. Let me see. Hold on, let me just show that also. See the web application here. So if you have not downloaded it, you can also create an account here. You can also use the same. The look is the same. So I already have an account. So I just logged in with this. Because I've logged out. But you will see the same interface as the desktop app. So Postman is actually a Google Chrome app. In some cases, you will also notice that there's an extension for it that you can also download and attach using Google Chrome. And for interacting with HTTP APIs. In fact, all communication is also using APIs. It presents a GUI for constructing requests and reading responses. It's more than that. I will explain a bit of its tools that we have. Several endpoints integrate Postman with your development toolchain. In fact, you can also create the codes and all those things. In some cases, you can add and integrate with your development toolchain. Now, if you open your Postman, there are a few sections. If you click home, you will notice that on the left-hand side, here is the history bar. On the top, you will see the header. The middle, you will see the builder section. Builder section is where you need to put your settings, your configuration, and so on. And then at the bottom here, you will see the response section. Response section is about when you send a request, what response that you will get from the server that you are requesting. Okay, so I will skip this. I'll skip this header section. Now, what are the features available? We see here, there is, you want to start a mock server, you can create that. Another feature is that, say, you want to do load test on a server, not specifically on the platform, but any server. You can actually set number of streams that you want to send per second, for example. So it will automatically send all it at one go. So you can do that and many other things. Okay, so let's see. Now this is just description, so you can go. I will show the details later. Okay. Okay, let's open the Postman. Open the Postman. Okay, so this is when Has everyone got it? Boleh ya?
Okay.
I don't see. Okay. So if you see workspace, workspace. So I already have quite a number of queries and so on, and I actually put in folders. This is something like in your web browser, you have folders. You want to save different links and so on, so you can put it here. So what you can do is click this plus, okay, and you will see an empty title is empty for now. Get, so let's change to post. So this is all the different methods. What we have used, what I've shown just now, get, post, we have used it. You can also delete, patch, and all those things. So we use post. For URL, it is in the slide. Let me just put the slide here. So all the information is actually here. Right. Okay, so you see here. So API version 2 and all those things. So you need to put it here. So put in the URL. So API v2.
Sorry, Dr. Gopi, can you repeat the post part? I think my connection lost you.
Post,
yeah, how you get the the posting.
Okay, you press. Have you come to this particular view? Are you in this view?
Mine is a bit different. I can't find the plus icon. I click at the workspace.
Yeah,
I have a new workspace plus.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
So okay, so if you go back to home screen.
Home.
Okay,
okay.
Go.
Okay.
Start with something new. So create new.
All right.
Okay.
You will see building blocks.
Yep.
Click HTTP request. Do you get this?
Okay.
All right.
They come up. It unable to perform actions means you don't have permissions to perform this action means.
Have you logged in?
Yeah, log in already.
Hi. It's strange.
Because he's already logged in, but.
Okay, you know your credentials, right? Can you log in using the same credential in the web? It's the same thing.
Okay.
I've shown earlier the web postman, right? Use the same credential to log in.
Oh, okay, I'll try and see.
So let me see that. Yeah. So once you log in, for those who can't have issues with the desktop, you see the same thing actually, same view. See this? And this is the same view, right? So you can do the same thing by click the create. It will again come to this, right? Click the HTTP request.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So I'll go back to those. So you see this empty, right? So first time you will get. So change it to post. In the URL, you type v2, v2.favoriot.com/v2/streams. Get this? So we just put it in the chat. So they can open it. Next is, just ignore all the others. The most important thing is the header and the body. Now in the Postman, specific for favorite account, so there are two keys that we need to provide. One is content. So when you see content type, so when you type content, this will appear. So you can select the content dash type. So this is the key. And what is the value? So what it means is that, remember in the code just now, which Nazim used, this is a content type. So use the same thing, content type. The value is application /JSON, this one. This is what's supported by the platform. So this is the first one. The second key is your API key. Remember, API key must be provided in order to send data to the platform. So click here, type. Now, if you type API, this will appear. Don't use this. You key in API key. And then find your read-write API key and put it here. Let me find mine. Okay. So is it? Yeah.
API key.
Boleh ke?
So the content type must type first, and after that only API key.
Yeah, doesn't matter. The sequence doesn't matter, but both must be there. The sequence doesn't matter.
Hold on, Mr. Kofi. I'm looking for the API key again.
Oh, API key, you go to the platform. Your platform. In your setting, you click this, or you go to setting. There, the API key. Any. You just click this.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
right.
Sorry. All right.
Okay, so next is, you all done? So next, what we need to do is that we need to add the body. So the format is the same like earlier, like this, right? So you must provide the device developer ID. So the device developer ID is for which device that you are sending the data to in the platform. And then followed by data.
The code lah.
Apa dia?
Saya pakai web-based display lah.
Okay.
So when I choose body and then I choose raw, I don't have the code. Device developer ID ni.
Oh, kita kena no. Kita kena letak. That's what I'm saying. I'm just showing it. So put raw. So kita kena letak. Macam ni. I'm just showing the example just now.
All
so
right.
Put device ID. So what device developer kita pakai sama lah SO2 tadi.
Okay.
And then followed by data. Okay. Say we put temperature, value, say. So in fact, yeah.
Since I didn't join for the last one hour, so I don't have the SO2.
SO2 tadi yang semalam kita create apa?
Oh, that one. Yang kosong lagi lah.
Yang kosong tu. Tak apa, yang kosong. See, when you miss something, it will show an error, you know. So you see here is some error. So it's a syntax error. So that's how you will notice some errors within it. So again, let me just repeat the importance of the header. By default, use true In fact, if you notice here, there's 11 here, right? There are also some 9 hidden, but these are 2 important keys that must be provided, API and content type. So if you click the hidden, you will notice the other also there. It's by default, like provided by default. Okay. So, but these 2 are the most important keys. Again, so make sure the syntax is correct, and then you can try send. So you will notice the status should be a stream has been created. If you get something else, usually an error, that means something wrong, either the wrong device developer ID or wrong syntax, or so on. So now if you see in the platform, this one, see here? Let me just put S2. So if I change here, same thing, you can send. There you go. So this is using REST format, right? So this is using REST. Okay, so far? Now, what else can you do with the Postman? Assuming that, you want to analyze how fast it is sending data, what is the time taken, and so on. You can refer that here. See, status. This is the features within the Postman, right? So
bad request.
Apa dia?
Bad request, 400 bad request status.
That means something wrong. Either your device developer ID is wrong or your format here is wrong. Or your API key, okay, say copy that. Make sure your API key is correct as well. Tukar device developer ID, and the ones I've shared in the chat is my device developer ID. You change to your device developer ID.
Mr. Gopi, how yours you have two layer stated?
Oh, yang ni ya? Boleh apa tu? It's actually in the setting kat set saya.
Oh, so it doesn't matter whether
no.
This is just one single.
Tak apa.
Okay.
It's just to make sure that this is just a response. Okay. So you can see, you can analyze the response. I would just want to show the response. So in the response, you will notice, the other information if you have. So these are what you have given. There's no test results. But if you notice here, the time, right? So here you will see socket initialization, DNS lookup, TCP handshake. Okay, TCP handshake. I will show one more thing after this. You just notice this first. Okay, TCP handshake, transfer starts, download is about this, and total. The size, notice response size is this, body is this, header is this. So this is the response. Now, see here, here there's no TLS security handshake. So what we do in the here, we add HTTPS. Okay, we add HTTPS. Send. Now you notice that there's something extra here. This is using SSL handshake. The one earlier without HTTPS here uses port 80. So where to find which port is all in the documentation. For HTTPS, it uses port 443. Okay, that's why you see now there's a socket initialization, DNS lookup, TCP handshake, SSL handshake. This is an extra. See, when you put an extra security feature, then there'll be a slightly longer time it takes to send the data. Here is 253.4 seconds to return, basically go and get a response. If without that, if you send, you will notice usually it'll be faster. So usually it's about less than whatever amount of time that it takes earlier. Let's see. There you go. So 124 milliseconds. Just now is 200 something. Now 120. A lot of time it takes to get the handshake for SSL, because you need to confirm whether the SSL of the favorite platform is correct and so on. So that's how it is. So any questions so far on this? So far, are you okay? Yeah.
I'm retype the post again, the API v2, and then it seems all the key and value semua dah hilang balik. So I need to retype again, right? The key.
Really? You mean here?
Yes.
Oh.
Because I get an unauthorized message.
Oh, okay.
So I try to. Okay. If I put the API key, when I send the post, nanti dia punya ni semua akan naik ke atas ni ke? Dia punya link atas dekat
yeah, kat sini. Yes, it get added here. That's normal. It gets added here.
Okay. Application version.
Dr. Kopi, for the API key part, right, the value there, it came out value contains invalid new line character means what? Means it's
new line character. That means something wrong with your API key. Can you copy again and then paste it? Make sure that
because actually, because when it's empty, then
can you show? Can you share the screen, please? Yeah. Let's see what it is.
I'm using
I can't hear you. You're breaking. But anyway, I can see the value. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Alicia, I can't hear you. You're breaking. No. It's something wrong with your.
Means it's like this and it's okay. Then just go to and just so on. Sorry. Okay now.
Sorry, you are breaking just now. I can't really.
The copy. Can
Yeah.
I share my screen as well?
Can.
Okay. Okay. Can you see mine? So it's appear unauthorized. Please check the API key or access.
Okay, can you remove the one again? Can you just remove
Okay.
it? Remove the entire thing until down. Sometimes you get copied. Make sure there's nothing there. Okay.
Okay.
Go and copy the API key.
So this
Yeah.
one. Okay,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This one. You can just copy. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Go back. Just paste it.
Is it?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So the content type
It's
application
application
JSON.
JSON. Yes.
And then
Right.
just try to send, right?
Yeah. It's unauthorized. Please check the API key access token.
Because just now, the last 1 hour, I removed my. I don't plug in the power to my hibiscus.
No,
Just
this is
now.
nothing to do with hibiscus. This is nothing to do with hibiscus.
Oh, you need to check hierarchy.
Yes, you can, but this is something to do with, like, you can check and see as U2. Okay. Okay. So go back to the again to the, yeah. Can you try removing that part from the question mark up there? Let's try it again and see.
Okay.
The one API v2.favoriot.com/
okay.
From the question mark to buang yang until yang, yeah. Okay. So this got yours value got kicked out. Okay, click header. No, you put under parameter just now, is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not parameter, it's a header.
Okay, I need to put under header.
Not parameter. Oh, that's why you see there. Okay, sorry, my mistake also. Parameter is the values that you put. For example, maximum values. We will see that later when we get the value. I think, Dr. Alicia, I think that is also the problem. Don't use parameter. Let me just share my screen.
Can you please share
Can I share?
Okay,
Can I share my screen?
Can.
Because I think it come out status 404 not found.
Okay, header. All right.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you. This is body. Go to body. Yeah, go to body. Up. Beside the header. Yeah. Looks correct.
Because the coding looks fine.
Yeah, coding looks fine. 404 status not found.
I think the header is correct, right? The header is just API key.
Yeah, API key and this one. There's no issue with the API key. Can you do create a new one and try it out? See the plus button on the top. The plus. No. You go.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll create
just create a new one. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Try again and see. Yeah.
Okay.
Like mine, doctor, it's appear that the message error, something wrong with the database or the query.
Can I see?
Okay, sure. I will share my screen.
Null error, something wrong with the database of the query. Header is correct. Check the body. Body. Oh, tak ada apa-apa value? Raw?
I
tak
okay.
Ada raw. Itu something wrong. Okay. Apa masalah? Can't seem to see.
Dekat temperature tu ada lagi satu
Quotation.
Satu lagi before temperature tu Ada lagi satu tu.
Quotation. Open.
Quotation tu.
Open code.
Dia panggil apa ni?
Open code. Okay.
Okay, so I try to send.
Send. It should be okay.
Okay, string creation fail.
Apa masalah? Developer ID reference
that refer in the dataset is not existing.
Maybe tak ada dalam check device developer. Copy the device developer ID SO2 yang tu. Oh tu tak aktif tu. Change it to active. Go up. Yep. Right.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, let me rerun again.
Yeah.
So.
Same thing. Try again. String creation fail and then specify user.
So part 2. So this is okay. And then I click here. Device ID. Comma here. So this is the body. This is the header.
String creation fail. Okay. Can you change the device developer ID? Let's assume that we take some other name in the body. Okay, go back to the device in the platform. Let's see what platform. Say we use device 1.
Device 1.
Copy the one. Let's see. It shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, try now.
A string created
already. Something wrong. Okay, you go back to SO2 tadi, in device tadi, copy the device developer ID. String created means it's successfully sent already, so there's no issue.
So I just copy this one, right?
Copy the entire thing.
Okay, copy.
And then put it back.
This one.
Change
here.
Right. Listen. Okay. I think something to do with the device developer ID tadi tu.
Okay.
The number.
I stop.
Okay. Dr. Alicia, are you okay?
Think it's okay because if it come out like this means it's okay, right? 201 created. Oh, means now it's okay, right?
Yeah, now it's okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now see, in the Postman also, you can also get data similar to what we have done in the API just now, right? Using the platform. So how to get the data? I've already done an example. I'm just showing you. You need, beside the header, you need to provide the parameter. Okay, so let's create one. Okay, let's create get. It's the same API, so get. So we use API v2. Sorry. This. The header, same header. And type application JSON header, and then API key. So you copy the same API key like we did earlier. Okay. So now we have the header with the content type and the API key. Now to get, because you are sending a request, so you need to put a parameter. So what exactly that you want, the value that you want to get, right? So here I want to get device. And again, you must make sure that the whatever get here, see, this is stream. If you want to get projects, then you need to change it according to the documentation that I've shared earlier. Let me just show again. this documentation. So see here, this one, see, /stream, get /stream. If it is for others, then you need to give this. Okay, so put /stream is by default, device developer ID. So what is the device developer ID? So I want to get my discuss and this is my value. Now I want to limit the numbers that I want to retrieve. I don't want to retrieve all. So you put max, I put say 10. If you ignore this, what happens is you try to download everything that's available in that platform for this particular device. And then you send. So you should see this, right? So you will see 10 sets of data. On the top, the same thing like earlier. So you will see the status code successful. The numbers found, the total number for this particular device is 4455. And then it will get the 10 data streams. Okay, so 10 data streams. So if you want to put, say for example, I want to, you can always refer to here for any parameters, right? So for example, I want to put order, I put ASC. Right, so I put order ASC. So what I can do, I put one more, order ASC. All right. Of course, it's then be in the ascending order. So every time there is a parameter, oh sorry, I put. So what happens is that this gets the from the old data, right? The earlier one, if I put descending, I'll get the different sets of data, the latest one. Okay, so that's what it means. See, ascending means I get 10 data from the old one, the first one, from 1 until 10. That's what it means. If it is descending, it is from the recent data. So that's what it means. Of course, you can do many things. You can just need to learn more of how to use all those different APIs that we have. So what I've shown earlier is just one of it. This is just, I have shown two now, basically. So one is to post, one is to get. So you can actually, once you get this, you can actually save the response to a file. So you save all this in a particular file. And then you want to do analysis of it. You can use the same file, provide it as an input for your code, right? And then you analyze it. So that's how you do this. All right, any questions so far? Before we go for a break.
Okay, just to get the concept. So Postman actually is used to request from the platform, right? The same like MQTT request kalau kita pakai. Kita guna MQTT request, I think.
Yeah, so you can imagine this as a, okay, if you are using, say, Hibiscus Sense, guys, Hibiscus Sense currently the send data, the post. So the Postman can actually do the same simulation. You send data. It's actually a tool for you to get or to send a request, either post, get, delete, whatever from the platform. MQTT is slightly different, yeah?
Request to platform lah.
To the platform, yes, yes. Using the API key which has been defined here.
Okay, so
MQTT, after the break, I'll explain a bit about MQTT. It's a bit different in terms of the movement or the sending of the data. There's a broker involved and so on. So after the break, we'll go understanding of MQTT, do using a web-based MQTT client, and then we will code MQTT in the Hibiscus sense to send data as well as to receive commands and do something on Hibiscus sense.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, that's a copy. You just apa namanya, for the layman my understanding kan. So just now what we did is to post and to get. To post is apa yang kita nak command to the platform, so that the platform will request what device nak kena buat lah. So and then to get the data from the device through the platform.
So for the particular device, yes. Or not the device specifically, the Hibiscus sense, no. Device kat platform, data kat platform.
Okay.
So it will download.
That has been captured.
Yes. It has been captured and stored in the platform. Okay. Shall we?
One last question.
Yes. Can.
Just now the post, right? They be post the code, like the strings, right? The ABCD, right? So let's say I just post the image. How is it?
Oh, okay. So this is a common question. See, you can post image, but we don't recommend it because the size is big.
Okay.
You can. The platform does not limit. It's just that in the platform later, let me just show this. In the data section, you will see the data here all in that, the format that you use. I forgot what's the format there. Nazrin, are you here? What's the format? You see all the hexa, this one, but very long.
Okay.
You can send, but don't recommend it.
Means supported the
supported, but we don't recommend. It will take up a lot of space.
Yeah. Because let's say we use the camera.
Oh no.
So I upload the data.
Okay, kalau for image, usually we usually convert the data format dia base 64.
Base 64.
Yes. Dia dalam bentuk string tapi base 64. So dia sangat panjang lah. Boleh store tapi tak recommended lah.
Imagine, if you sell, about 30, 40 or even 100 images per day.
Because you use the API, you count the API, right?
Yeah. We only count API. We didn't count the storage. Okay.
How large your server storage?
I know it's big enough, but it's just that we don't recommend it. Okay. So we have a short 1 hour break for lunch. It's now 1 o'clock. So we'll be back at 2. And in the final leg, we'll look into the MQTT and coding MQTT on Hibiscus sense. Okay. We'll meet later.